He's really feeling the pressure after those tough losses to Vortex and Tempo. He manages to get the upper hand in this exchange and gets a round on the board. Really surprising to see the 9th seed struggling this much today. A rough stretch of form for the favorite to overcome. Ignis has a clear statistical advantage on this map with a 52% win rate, and honestly, he's capitalizing on that edge today. He's put himself in a great position to pull off a massive upset against a higher ranked opponent. Now we just have to see if he can close this out. Ignis is just relentlessly cruising with a 7-3 cushion. He's really putting that recent victory over Zeth to good use. Unreal. He almost went down in that exchange, but Havoc clawed back just in time to secure the round. Ignis holds an 8-4 lead heading into the break. Well, the rankings suggested the opposite, but he's completely outclassed the top 10 players so far. This is shaping up to be a shocking result. Time for a fresh start. Total mayhem in this engagement, and he barely walked away from that fight. That's another nail-biter for the records. He's refusing to go away and keeps the pressure high with another round win. A huge shift in energy for a player facing a tough stretch of form. He holds the high ground on the ramp to secure his 3rd straight point. Looking at the rankings, it's clear why he's such a dangerous opponent. A quick reflex shot puts him back in control with a 2-round lead. A huge result for the rank 24 player here. He somehow survived that meat grinder of an exchange to keep his hopes alive. He's effectively clawing his way back into the server. Ignis is just 2 steps clear at 10-8. He's putting that recent dominant performance against Zeth on full display. Ignis is just completely on fire right now, taking control of the tempo in this series. Hard to believe his rank is this low compared to the other guy. Completely clean shot of the head, and Ignis now sits on match point. The momentum has shifted entirely in favor of the lower seed. He gets a quick return on this one to stay alive in the series. A high-stakes duel for a player who really needs a strong result here. What a way to close it out. Ignis seals the victory right here. He's just completely flipped the script on their history, finally breaking that long-term dominance Havoc usually has over him. What a fight! Lancer barely scrapes through that opening encounter, clinging to a tiny bit of health. Ignis generally owns this matchup, holding a strong 57% win rate over the long term. But he's looking quite shaky in this particular series. It will be interesting to see if that historical dominance can actually translate into a comeback here. He secures another one from the ramp. Really putting the pressure on right now. Lancer is really capitalizing on a tough start for the higher seed. He shuts the door from the toolbox, showing some real grit to stay in this. Exactly the kind of pressure the favorite usually thrives under. Lancer is really putting on a show, putting an end to the challenge from the window with a clean shot. Coming off a shaky performance against Havoc, he's looking far sharper here. He manages to outdo Lancer from the ramp, showing a lot of spirit to keep this series close. That's 2 in a row for Ignis, who looks completely unfazed as he claws his way back into the set. He's starting to play like the higher seed we expected. Lancer shuts down that rally from the ramp, keeping the lead for now. Lancer really needs a result like that, considering his recent struggles. A completely clean exchange here, with Ignis securing the win and narrowing the deficit. Things are definitely shifting in favor of the higher seed. Ignis manages to take him down from the ramp, bringing the series all the way back to an even split. The slight favorite is officially on the defensive now. Ignis secures another easy pick from the ramp, keeping his momentum high as we approach the break. Ignis holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, the stronger player is playing exactly how we wanted. Lancer has kept it close, but that 4-round streak really gave the favorite a cushion. Time to see if Lancer responds. Lancer just reads him perfectly, knocking him right off that ramp to tie things up. Lancer's recent struggles make this a very contested series. We've got a deadlock at 7 apiece for these two. A tough duel between both players on the ramp, but he manages to secure another round. The underdog might be struggling to hold the line here. He's really showing some spirit here, putting a stop to that brief surge from his opponent. It's a bit of a shock seeing the favored player struggle this much. Ignis edges ahead, now leading 9-8. Coming off a rough 4-13 exit against Havoc. This is a huge shift. Lancer is on a real tear right now, completely erasing that earlier lead from Ignis. The fight lasts a bit longer this time, but he manages to keep his head and close it out. Quite a turnaround for someone who entered this as the underdog. A prolonged standoff here, but Ignis manages to walk away completely unscathed. That's some serious composure to close out those two fast encounters. Another spotless execution for Ignis, putting him just one step away from victory. Incredible! Ignis completes the climb and secures the map victory. He really found his footing when it counted, proving that the long-term head-to-head stats usually hold true for a reason. Havoc holds a massive lead in their history together, winning 71% of their head-to-head clashes. It looks like that historical edge is proving to be a real mental hurdle for Lancer right out of the gate. I wonder if he can find a way to shake that off. Just an absolute wall of efficiency from Havoc, taking a commanding 3-0 lead. Lancer answers back with a crisp shot to take him out of heaven. It's a good sign for the underdog to start chipping away now. Havoc still looks firmly in control at 4-1. It's clear why the ladder has him ranked so much higher. Lancer shows some real grit here, putting up a fight to keep his hopes alive. The gap in their standings is certainly making things interesting. What a scramble! That was a grueling fight, but he just refused to go down. He's proving that the rankings aren't the whole story here. Unreal, he completely raises the lead to bring us all the way back to an even split. He's completely turned the tide. That makes 4 in a row for the challenger. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite. A strong response here to bring the series back to a deadlock. Both players are coming off a tough loss to Ignis today. Havoc takes a really commanding look at things, using that height advantage on the ramp to secure another round. We're sitting at 6-6 headed into the break. Honestly, everything is playing out exactly as anticipated. Havoc might be the higher seed, but Lancer is showing he can keep pace in a direct shootout. Let's see who blinks first. Lancer is showing serious resilience, digging deep to take the lead 7-6. Lancer is really making his case as a viable threat today. Another point for Lancer, who is looking stronger by the second. His current form is making the gap in the rankings look irrelevant. He's simply too fast right now, securing his 3rd straight win to push the lead further. It is a total reversal from how this series started. Goodness, what a fight! He barely survives that shootout with a sliver of health left. He's simply refusing to let the momentum shift back. An effortless shutdown to extend the streak to 5C. He's completely dismantling the script for this matchup. The bleeding finally stops as Havoc manages to secure a critical round here. The 11 ranked pro is finally showing some signs of life. Another rapid fire kill for Lancer, putting him just 1 round away from the victory. Everything is leaning toward a massive upset right now. Unbelievable! Lancer closes it out with a perfect shot to seal the upset. He really stepped up and completely flipped the script on their long-term history. Huge statement win for the low-ranked player. What a chaotic opener. Havoc barely scrapes through that firefight to take the first. Havoc holds a strong lead in their all-time head-to-head record, winning over half their total encounters. It's surprising to see him start this fast given his recent struggles in the league. Ignis has all the momentum coming in, so we'll see if he can flip the script. Havoc really likes those ramp angles today, quickly regaining control of the map. Coming into this as the underdog. Ignis just can't find any air. Ignis is really playing with confidence right now, knowing exactly how to utilize that elevation on the ramp. Havoc's pulling away with a commanding 4-2 lead. Coming into this as the slight favorite hasn't helped Ignis yet. Havoc is just cruising along now at 5-2. He's really making a point of shaking off that tough loss to Lancer. He's showing some real grit, shutting that door on the lid with a crisp finish. Havoc had no trouble cleaning him up on the ramp, putting a real stranglehold on this set. His recent 20% form is starting to look like a thing of the past. That was a fierce exchange, but Ignis manages to edge out the win in a tight scramble. A huge momentum shift in a very fast-paced set. Havoc is really making that ramp work in his favor to maintain a comfortable lead. Havoc is definitely proving he belongs in the top dozen players. Havoc takes the lead 8-4. I mean, he's playing exactly like the higher ranked seed we expected today. He looks much stronger than his current 20% form suggests, and Ignis is struggling to keep up. Time to see a new perspective. Havoc is putting on a clinic, taking a massive 9-4 lead despite his recent struggles. So yeah, it's quite a turnaround from his 0-2 start over the last day. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to break this rhythm before it's too late. Havoc just can't be stopped, sitting pretty at 10-4. He's definitely taking out his frustration from that match against Lancer. Ignis was just as fast as his opponent here, picking him right off the box to keep this contest alive. It's a tough spot for him, having already dropped a set to this opponent today. Havoc is just outclassing him in these quick exchanges, putting immense pressure on Ignis as we move forward. Ignis had the upper hand in their most recent encounter today. Ignis isn't letting up, just erasing him right off that ramp to narrow the gap. He's certainly making the most of his recent run of form. Another flawless shot, and now Havoc is just one step away from victory. Ignis manages to put him down on the ramp to delay the end of this series. He's fighting to keep this alive. A lightning fast response from Ignis to keep this series going. His reaction speed was simply on another level just now. He's on fire, securing another victory to reach 3 straight. This shift is absolutely electric. The pressure is mounting for that final. What a scrap. Ignis survives a brutal trade to keep the streak alive and stay in the fight. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, taking this one with ease to keep the rally going. Unbelievable. He secures his 6th straight to force a total deadlock at 12 all. A complete deadlock as we head into the final stretch. He finally stands his ground to stop that run, clawing back a critical point in this overtime scrap. The 12th seed is finally asserting his place on the ladder. Havoc keeps his edge with a smooth play from the ramp, putting himself in a great spot to wrap this up. Ignis is showing incredible heart here, refusing to let this game slip away. Pure desperation on display, refusing to just let the map end. A brutal trade-off, but he comes out on top to secure the edge. A seriously snappy execution to get that lead back. Ignis is showing a mountain of resolve, winning a war of attrition right there on the ramp. His confidence is skyrocketing after that display. Unreal, Havoc claws back from the brink to secure the victory in an absolute slugfest. He really had to dig deep to stop that momentum from spiraling out of control in the overtime. Just a massive show of willpower. He had to work for that. Ignis has historically dominated this rivalry, winning over 57% of their career meetings, and he's keeping that momentum going after his recent win against Lancer. It'll be interesting to see if he can pull away early. Lancer has fought back to claim a 2-1 lead. He's really making his presence felt against the higher rated player. And he just won't stop. Lancer extends his run to 3 straight. Ignis has a lot of ground to make up from his last meeting. Absolutely ruthless. He's now surged ahead with 4 consecutive round wins. He's really turning the tables on his higher ranked opponent right now. He is simply untouchable right now. Picking up another easy target to hit 5 in a row. Ignis finally finds a way to disrupt the flow and gets a round back. Coming off a high note in his last head-to-head clash. He is showing some real grit here, securing another clean win to close the gap. The pressure is really shifting toward the favorite now. He is tearing through the competition now, hammering home a 3rd straight to keep the pressure high. Unbelievable! He barely survives a chaotic firefight to bring this series level. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he manages to claw it out. Lancer takes control of this exchange to move ahead 6-5. Strong look from the number 29 ranked player here. We've got a dead heat at 6-6, and honestly, it's a surprise to see Lancer this competitive. He's shaking off that 44% map win rate to keep the favorite on his toes heading into the second half. fresh start for both. He's showing impressive poise, walking away completely unscathed to take the lead. A big bounce back for the player who entered as the slight underdog. Ignis answers back and we are tied up at 7. A perfect reset to the baseline for both players. Lancer edges ahead by 1 after a fierce trade. The momentum is swinging heavily in a surprising direction. Ignis has shown incredible resolve to claw back into this, locking the game up at 8 apiece. The momentum is just too wild to predict right now. He's on a roll now, picking up another effortless point to reclaim the lead. He's really asserting his authority over the lower ranked opponent right now. What a scramble. He digs deep to survive a grueling trade and extends the streak to 3. The favorite is staring down a really tough mountain to climb. Lancer manages to secure a critical round here, cutting the lead back down to 1. And we are deadlocked at 10 apiece. It's a total toss-up now, despite those historical deficits. He's staying strong, continuing this surge to push the lead back to 11-10. What a statement. He puts together another pair of wins and now only needs 1 more to seal the deal. The higher ranked star is really starting to lock this down. What a finish. He closes the door on this series and secures the map victory. Lancer put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't find that final gear. A really grueling set of rounds for both. What a fight. Havoc has historically been the aggressor here, boasting a huge 71% win rate in their lifetime head-to-head. That dominance makes him the clear favorite, but Lancer is coming off a decisive victory in their most recent encounter. We have to see if that confidence holds up today. He is completely taking over the server, sweeping through another round with ease. The rank 11 seed is playing exactly to his seeding here. The momentum is entirely on his side as he secures a 4th straight victory. Absolute perfection from him, he's just not letting up. Rating difference is certainly showing through right now. Simply too fast, he keeps the clean sheet going with a total shutout. Lancer just can't find any answers today. That was a total slugfest, but he still walks away with another victory. Lancer is really feeling the heat right now. He's simply outclassing everyone, extending this streak to 8 straight. A complete reversal from that last set they played. Lancer finally gets a response, picking him off the ramp for his first of the match. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, taking the fight straight to Havoc and catching him on that ramp. He's finally starting to claw back into this. He is simply on fire, closing out another unscathed round to keep the pressure high. Tough time for the higher rated side to hold the lead here. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. He's keeping things exactly where we expected them to be. Lancer put up a fight, but the higher seed is just too consistent right now. Time for a quick reset. Lancer has been struggling against this opponent throughout his career. It's interesting because both of these players are actually sitting on a 30% win rate over their last 10 games. We're seeing a classic battle between long-term history and recent form. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal exchange with just a sliver of health left to move to... That was far too close for comfort. Havoc is really putting a stranglehold on this match. He's just a few steps away from closing this out. What a war of attrition. He claws out a victory from that chaos, leaving Lancer far behind. A huge momentum shift in a very short window. A clean response from Lancer, keeping himself in the game for now. He's fighting a steep uphill battle from here. And that is it. He shuts the door on this series with a final clean snap. He really reclaimed his ground here and proved that his lifetime edge over Lancer is still very much alive. What a start. Ignis manages to scrape through that chaotic trade with almost nothing left in the tank. Havoc owns an impressive 58% win rate against this opponent. And it's a bit surprising to see that historical weight not translating into an early lead. It will be interesting to see if the higher rated player can actually stabilize this opener. He's completely in control now, putting up a perfect 4-0 lead. He's definitely taking advantage of that early momentum. Pure dominance from Ignis, who just cruised to a 5-round lead. He is certainly justifying that slight favorite tag going into this one. He's just unstoppable right now, securing a perfect 6-0 start. Coming off a strong 13-10 result against Lancer earlier today. Finally a round for Havoc, shutting down that momentum for a moment. Ignis was way too fast there, catching Havoc completely off guard while he was perched up high. Ignis is putting together a formidable run here, having already secured 8 rounds in this match. He's playing with a lot of confidence despite the historical numbers, and honestly it looks like he's fully erased the memory of that close loss he suffered to Havoc in their last meeting. Ignis is just cruising along with a 9-2 lead. Just a huge shift from their previous clash on red line. Ignis takes a massive 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, this is a total collapse for the favorite. Havoc just looks lost and is currently fighting a huge uphill battle to get back into this series. Time to see if the tide... Havoc claws back one, but Ignis still holds a commanding 10-3 lead. The higher ranked man is finally showing some teeth. Ignis is just too sharp right now, responding instantly to any pushback from Havoc. A sharp return for Ignis, leaving him just a single round away from victory. The gap in their current form is glaring. Another strong reaction here, keeping the dream alive for the underdog. That was an incredibly fast exchange. He's staying alive in this, dragging Ignis off that box for another victory. Havoc is starting to find some gaps in that defense. And there it is. Ignis closes the door on the series right now. He just completely outclassed his opponent today. A really clean look for the lower seeded player on this map. What a scrap to start things off. Lancer barely survives that exchange to take the opening round. Ignis has historically beaten Lancer in 57% of their encounters. So we're seeing a surprising reversal here given how much weight the odds put on the favorite. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can keep this momentum going through the first few rounds. Ignis draws some blood here and shows plenty of grit to get back in this. His early struggles aren't a surprise given the rankings gap here. He is putting on a display of pure speed, making this a 1-point game. Lancer is firmly in control now, leading 4-2. Ignis is typically the clear favorite, but that's not showing right now. Lancer is just dominating, pulling ahead to a 5-2 lead. Ignis is normally much sharper in these head-to-heads. Another lightning fast exchange and the momentum is swinging heavily in Lancer's favor. He's just too fast right now, racking up another victory to reach a 5-round advantage. A huge flip from that 13-10 result they just had. Ignis finds his mark from the box to secure a round. He's definitely showing why he's sitting in the upper half of our rating. Lancer keeps the pressure high, cutting him down before Ignis could even make use of that height advantage. He's shaking off those tough losses from earlier today. Lancer holds a strong 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, it's a complete reversal of what we expected from this pair. Lancer is just playing out of his mind right now. Let's see if the momentum holds. What a scramble. He barely clings to life after that absolute slugfest to take the round. His recent 4-1 record shows he's comfortably informed today. Lancer is really defying the trend here, especially with his 1-3 record over the last day. Well, he's clearly found a way to neutralize the gap in skill we'd expect from this match. Now he just needs a few more rounds to secure the lead for good. Lancer just completely ignored the elevation, cutting Ignis down while he was sitting high on the box. Ignis is really leaning into that height advantage right now, using the box to keep his lead respectable. Lancer is simply too precise, picking him right off the heaven platform to widen the gap. He's really fighting through a rough day in the server. Ignis secures the win from the ramp and he's starting to chip away at that lead. The higher rated player is starting to make his presence felt. Another flawless reaction from Lancer, leaving him just 1 win away from the victory. Unbelievable. Ignis barely walks away from that chaotic exchange with his life. That was an incredibly tight sequence for both of them. Absolutely incredible. He manages to outlast the exchange by the skin of his teeth to close out the series. He's completely turned the tide today, finally getting his revenge for that loss on Orange. What a fight. Havoc is historically the dominant force here, winning 71% of their head-to-head encounters. That level of psychological edge usually translates to a lot of confidence in early rounds. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can close that gap today. He's just completely shut him out of this opening set. The skill difference is palpable right now. Absolutely effortless. He's just walking all over the server right now. A tough spot for the rank 29 player to be in. Lancer manages to pick him off from the wine, getting a point back on the board. Lancer finally finds a way to answer back. Lancer secures another from the wine, continuing this impressive response to the early deficit. He's absolutely on fire, taking 3 straight and closing the gap to just 1. Total reversal of fortune from where we started. Lancer is completely unstoppable right now, erasing the deficit to tie the series. A massive swing for the underdog tonight. Havoc puts a stop to that run and secures a narrow lead. That win settles the nerves after a rough match against Ignis. Havoc is playing like a top 12 player right now and reclaiming his momentum. He's really showing that the gap in skill on the ladder is very real tonight. He's firmly in control here. A pristine shot to keep the pressure on as we head into the break. Lancer just needs a few more to flip this game. We're all tied up at 6-6. Well, this is a lot closer than we expected given the rank gap. Both players have found their footing with mirrored streaks, so it's anyone's game going into the second half. Clean slate for both players now. Havoc takes the lead again, sitting at 7-6. The higher rated player is refusing to let him stay in this. Lancer shuts him down from the wine to level the score at 7-7. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. He's showing immense grit, quickly reclaiming the lead with a total shutout. Havoc claimed that wine position and used it perfectly to put the pressure back on Lancer. Havoc holds a slim edge, leading 9-8. He's outplaying his opponent just like in that previous Mappa's victory. He is putting on a show, taking 3 straight to widen the gap. That's quite a contrast to the result we saw against Ignis earlier. A sharp response from the wine, showing Lancer really refuses to go away in this set. The match has become a real tug of war, but Havoc is starting to pull ahead for good. A nice bit of momentum for the higher seeded player. What a crisp reaction. He's now just 1 step away from closing this series. He's simply too quick for him in these exchanges. Lancer proves he's not folding, picking up another point with a clean snap. He is fighting so hard to stay in this fight. Unbelievable. He manages to clutch out an absolute slugfest to stay alive in this match. He's really digging deep to force this game into a nail-biter. What a finish. He closes it out with a perfect final shot to take the victory. Lancer really pushed him to the limit this time, but the consistency of the top seed just barely edged him out. What a fight. Havoc holds a significant lifetime lead in their head-to-head history. Well, it's a strong track record, but we have to remember that Ignis was the one who took their most recent encounter in a total blowout. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence carries over into this set. Ignis is smelling blood with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's really playing like the favorite side right now. Ignis is putting some serious pressure on, and right now he's looking like the more dangerous man in the server. Ignis has shifted the momentum to a 3-2 lead. His ladder ranking gives him the edge in a tight spot. Havoc fights back, and we've got a deadlock at 3-3. The rating gap is starting to show as the match levels out. Completely clean sequence there as he secures a third straight round. He's leaning into that high rating and controlling the pace. He's a split second faster on the trigger to bring the score even. His current form looks much more stable than usual. Havoc edges ahead and now holds a slim lead. He's looking every bit the favorite for this one. Pure chaos now. Ignis has clawed back to 5 apiece. An incredible amount of poise from the underdog in this series. The speed of these exchanges is getting faster, and Havoc is really starting to capitalize on that pace. We're all tied up at 6-6 heading into the break. Honestly, this feels like a very standard start. Havoc has looked sharp, and things are moving exactly as we'd expect for the higher seed. Let's see who blinks first. Havoc takes a narrow lead, moving ahead 7-6. The higher rating is proving to be a steady advantage here. Havoc is currently averaging an 8-6 record in today's match, and it's a great way to shake off that poor 30% win rate he's had over his last 10 games. He's really starting to find his footing here. He is completely on fire right now, putting a stranglehold on the series. The pressure is clearly mounting for the second-seeded player. He refuses to let this match slip away, trimming the gap down to 2. He's fighting hard to prove those pre-match odds were correct. Havoc's running away with it now at 10-7. It's starting to look like a very one-sided match today. Sharp exchange there, and Ignis keeps the pressure high with an effortless win. He's showing exactly why the odds were in his favor. Havoc is really putting the screws to him here, making it a 3-round lead. Ignis is showing some real grit, refusing to let this set slip away completely. A much needed answer there to keep things competitive. A flawless shot to close that out, leaving him just a single round from victory. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic firefight to stay in the game. He's refusing to go down without a fight. He is refusing to fade away, keeping this battle alive with another strong victory. The lower ranked player stepping up in the clutch. He's completely taken over this stretch, and we're officially headed into overtime. He's completely flipped the script since those early rounds. What a brutal back and forth, but he outlasts the exchange to push for a 13-12 lead. Absolute mastery of the server right now. Ignis is simply on another level right now, completely dismantling the competition to reach a 5-round surge. Finally, Havoc answers back and narrows this gap to a single round. His superior rank is starting to weigh heavy in the endgame. Ignis responds immediately, putting the pressure right back on his opponent. A fast, decisive exchange to regain control. A massive hold by Havoc to keep the dream alive. A huge momentum shift as this game stays wide open. Neither of them can keep a lead for more than one round. What a read. He shuts that door instantly to put himself on the verge of victory. The tension is palpable as we've reached a complete stalemate. Havoc takes a late lead, moving ahead 16-15. Havoc pulls ahead to 17-15 after a clutch play. Havoc is running hot and now leads 18-15. The momentum has completely shifted sides in this overtime block. Ignis answers back, bringing the tally to 18-16. He's showing plenty of heart to keep this fight going. Havoc keeps the pace, extending his cushion to 19-16. He really dug deep in that final push to secure the win. Ignis fought like a lion in overtime, but he just couldn't close the gap. He had to work for that one. Ignis has a significant historical advantage, taking 57% of their total meetings. But Lancer is the one who took their most recent duel. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge can outweigh the long-term trend. Ignis is looking sharp out of the gate, quickly picking Lancer off as he pushed up the ramp. A bit of a shake-up after that close loss to Havoc earlier. Ignis pulls ahead, leading the series 2-1. The lower ranked player is keeping this close. Lancer just couldn't find a way to play that ramp angle, and Ignis is capitalizing on it. The higher seed is starting to assert his authority. Ignis is really making his presence felt from those higher angles today. He's firmly in control of the server right now. Ignis wipes him right off the ramp and continues this rapid run. The higher rated player is really putting on a clinic. Lancer puts an end to that run with a clean win of his own. He's proving to be a tough opponent tonight. Ignis secures that win from the ramp and is now just a few rounds away from closing this out. Lancer had the better raid that time, cleaning him up from the bottom of the ramp. A big test for the top half seed here. Ignis is currently riding a strong 4-3 record over the last day. It looks like he's found a higher level of consistency than Lancer in this session. We'll see if he can maintain this momentum through the halfway mark. Lancer was just a step too fast for him this time, managing to shut that ramp angle down. Lancer is definitely putting that recent victory over Ignis to good use. Ignis holds a comfortable 8-4 lead heading into the break. And honestly, this is exactly what we anticipated. The top seed has played his role well, keeping a steady lead on the board. Lancer needs a spark now. Ignis is cruising along with a solid 9-4 advantage. He really seems to have the upper hand in this specific rivalry. Lancer just completely denied him, pushing right up and forcing him off the ramp. That's a fair bit of pressure for the 23rd ranked player. Lancer is making a real push here, and he's doing it by simply refusing to give up that ramp control. This is becoming a real dogfight. Ignis is comfortably ahead with a 10-6 lead. His higher ladder rank is giving him an edge in the clutch. Ignis is still holding strong at 10-7. That's some impressive resilience for the 29th seed. He's refusing to fade away, securing another round to keep this rally alive. What a scramble. He barely hangs on after that exchange, surviving with a sliver of health. Unreal, he really clawed back from the brink there. He barely survives that shootout to put himself on the verge of victory. Ignis is absolutely refusing to go down with the count. Huge hold here to force another round of pressure. He is finally finding a way to stop that slide. He's fighting against a tough 12-9 trend in this set. What a way to finish it. Ignis puts an end to the rally by taking Lancer right off that ramp. He just couldn't keep that momentum going in the clutch, but Lancer definitely made him sweat for every single point. Hard-fought win. Havoc has a commanding 71% win rate whenever these two meet. He's comfortably the favorite today, but Lancer managed to take the early momentum with that first round. Now let's see if Havoc can shake off that slow start. Havoc claws back elite, putting Lancer on the ropes. Looking at the ranks, we've got a top 12 contender in total control here. Lancer is keeping this extremely close. He's refusing to let Havoc pull away early. It's a total deadlock now. Lancer is really leaning into this momentum, utilizing the ramp perfectly to keep the pressure on. A surprising turn of events for the 30 ranked challenger. We are completely tied up at 3-all. He seems to have the upper hand today, mirroring that recent Italy victory. Havoc just nudges ahead, claiming a 4-3 advantage. His recent win over Ignis suggests he's in a good spot today. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control of the map. The rating gap is starting to show in these exchanges. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that one with a sliver of health to keep the run going. The higher rated player is just too consistent right now. Absolutely effortless, he just keeps stacking these up with a 5-round tier. He just can't be stopped. Securing another victory from the ramp to keep this heater going. Havoc heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, this is exactly how we expected this to go. That 6-round burst really swung the momentum back in his favor. Lancer needs to find the gear here. Havoc is having a tough time keeping his form steady today with just a 4-3 record over the last 24 hours. It's making this match feel way more contested than the ratings suggest. Lancer really needs to step up if he wants to turn this around. Lancer shows some serious grit, picking up the trade while fighting from the ramp. That was a clean exchange from the ramp. Lancer is just fighting a losing battle now as Havoc really starts to pull away from him. Lancer has barely been able to find an answer today. Pure perfection as he secures another round, moving himself to a massive 12-5 advantage. Game over. He shuts the door on this match from the planks to secure the victory. Lancer fought hard, but that sub-second reaction time we saw earlier really defined the pace today. Havoc looks sharp and takes a strong opener from the Tetris blocks. Havoc dominates the overall head-to-head with a 58% win rate over Ignis. It's a huge historical advantage, but the current score shows that Ignis is fighting through a really tough matchup today. Ignis puts on some serious pressure, cleaning up that heaven angle to keep this series dead even. We're seeing a very close series, despite the rating difference. Ignis takes a slight 3-2 lead. He's playing with a ton of confidence right now. Unreal, both players were nearly depleted, but Havoc barely scrapes through to tie this thing up. He's really showing that higher rank in the clutch. Havoc is really putting on a clinic right now, utilizing that height advantage from the Tetris blocks. This is mirroring that tight finish we saw from their last encounter. What a scramble! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to come out on top. He is really making that rank 11 spot look earned. Absolutely untouchable. He's now claimed 4 straight for a commanding lead. Things are looking grim for the guy who entered this as the favorite. Ignis digs in deep here to secure a vital round and keep his hopes alive. He's fighting to prove he deserves that favorite tag. He's really finding some momentum now, closing in on his opponent just before the switch. Things are heating up just in time for the switch. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Well, it's basically a toss-up heading into the second half. Havoc is playing exactly how we expected, but Ignis is holding his own despite that rating gap. Time to see who blinks first. He manages to secure the advantage from the ramp, refusing to let his opponent pull away. That's a really solid way to start his side of things. Oh, a total shutdown there as Ignis keeps his momentum going with a flawless exchange. The pressure is really mounting for Havoc now. Absolutely insane. Havoc was a single bullet away from defeat, but he somehow claws back to win that fight. He just refuses to stay down in those low health situations. Absolute deadlock at 8-8 as we enter this critical stretch. He is completely taking over the pace, pushing his lead back to 9-8. He is really starting to play like the favorite in this one. He's just too fast, picking up a 4th straight round to keep the heat on. A complete reversal from the pre-match projections. He's just not letting up, securing another clean victory to bring the score to 11-8. He's really starting to lean into that skill gap. He is simply refusing to let up, extending his streak to 6 in a row. Game over. Havoc closes out the map with total authority to take the victory. It's just another chapter in a long book of dominance as the top-seeded player keeps his grip on this matchup. Ignis holds a significant lead in their overall head-to-head history. He's actually won about 57% of their previous encounters. It'll be interesting to see if he can regain the control after a shaky start today. Lancers currently cruising with a tight 2-1 lead. The higher rated player is finally starting to make his mark. What a scramble. He barely survives that clash to bring the score level. Coming off a shaky run of 3 straight losses today. He's simply too fast right now. Picking up another round to take complete control of the pace. Lancer puts a clean shot through him from the boxes, leveling the game at 3-3. That's a tough spot for him to be in, given his recent struggle. Ignis claws back the advantage, pushing it to 4-3. It's a bit of a rough stretch for the number 30 seed. Lancer just found the gap, picking him right off the boxes to keep this dead even. Lancer edges ahead again, pushing the lead to 5-4. Things are looking very different than that 13-9 loss they just played. That was a chaotic exchange, but he manages to push ahead with a 3rd straight win. His recent struggles are completely gone from the picture right now. Both of them were trading heavy damage in a brutal fight, but he just refuses to go down. A wild turn of events for a player currently sitting at rank 30. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shocking turn for the underdog to be on top. He's playing far better than his recent 30% win rate suggests. Time for a total reset. Lancer is putting on a display we rarely see from him, especially coming off that 2-6 record today. His game is completely outshining the expectations here. If he keeps this pressure up, the higher seed might just be out of option. Lancer is just dominant, stretching his lead to 9-5. Ignis has typically owned this specific pairing over a massive sample size. Lancer's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. The higher seed is finally starting to find an answer. The momentum is swinging back as he continues to chip away at this deficit. He's really starting to dig in here. A really clean sequence to get back into this. Lancer is playing the odds perfectly, shutting down Ignis' attempt to take height and reclaiming a 3-round cushion. A very quick way to stop the bleeding for his opponent. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now. Just a few more rounds and he'll walk away with this. He's completely flipped the script from their last encounter. Unbelievable, he survives by a sliver and now stands on the edge of victory. Just a sliver of health left, but it's enough to seal the deal. Ignis puts an end to that run, securing the win from the boxes. A crucial stop to prevent the game from slipping away. That's another high-speed response, and he's now managed to halt the momentum completely. He's really found a second win, keeping the pressure on with a lightning-fast response. He's simply unstoppable right now, cruising to another victory to keep his hopes alive. Absolute chaos. Ignis claws back to 12-12, forcing this match into overtime. Talk about an absolute shift in energy heading into the extra frames. What a turnaround. He dominates from the red to keep the streak rolling. Lancer's big momentum swing has officially come to a halt. Gritty fight there, but Lancer manages to claw back a round to keep this deadlocked. Hard to believe this is a toss-up, given the skill gap on the ladder. He's showing incredible grit, shutting that down with a complete shutdown kill. He's keeping his cool under immense pressure right now. Both of these players are refusing to let the other pull away, making this absolute war of attrition. Lancer is effectively erasing the gap in rating right now. A flawless shot gives him the lead, putting him one step away from victory. A quick reaction from him to get the lead back. What a statement! Ignis closes this out in style to secure the map victory. Lancer put up a hell of a fight to force those extra rounds, but he just couldn't close the door. He'll be gutted to let that one slip away. What a battle. Havoc has an incredible history here, winning 71% of their past encounters. It's really obvious he has the mental edge and the confidence over Lancer. We just need to see if Lancer can find any answer today. Lancer is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Surprisingly sharp play from the lower-seeded man. Lancer looked like he was taking over for a moment, but we're right back to a dead heat. Both players are playing way above their typical odds right now. Havoc claws back into the lead, 3-2. The lower rated player will need to dig deep to stay in this. He's completely taken over the server, piling up a third straight win. He's simply not missing, extending his run to 4 straight. The gap in their ladder standings is starting to show. Lancer shows great poise here, shutting down the momentum with a perfect round. He's definitely proving that he can trade blows with a favorite. Havoc has entered this series with an incredible amount of momentum, coming off a 6-3 record over the last 24 hours. That strength is clearly carrying over into the server. He's simply playing with too much confidence for Lancer to handle right now. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking a commanding 5-round lead into the final stretch of the Havoc takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Everything is unfolding exactly as the ratings predicted. It's just a huge mountain to climb for Lancer right now. Let's see if Lancer can pivot. Havoc is just cruising along with a 10-3 lead. He's really putting on a clinic for anyone who follows the ladder. Lancer finally strikes back, narrowing the gap to 10-4. Lancer is fighting a tough battle today, though. Lancer really tried to spark something there, but Havoc is just too quick to let the momentum shift. The skill gap is really starting to peel apart here. That was a complete shutdown, putting him just a single round away from victory. The higher seed is simply too strong to be shaken. What a frantic finish. He barely survives that exchange to shut the door on this match. Lancer really fought for every inch of ground he could get, but he just couldn't close the gap tonight. Havoc is currently riding a 5-game winning streak. And that confidence seems to be transferring over to this specific pairing. Given their historical dominance in the head-to-head, Ignis really needs to find an answer quickly. Ignis tried for the vertical advantage, but Havoc just wasn't having it. He's clearly feeling the effects of that earlier 13-8 victory. Absolutely ruthless effort there. He is completely taking over this map. His experience against this opponent really shows here. That was a chaotic scramble, but he somehow comes out on top again. It's a tough spot for the lower rated player right now. He's simply too fast for the opposition, extending the lead to a full 5. The gap between the top 10 and mid-pack is wide right now. The search continues as he manages another quick exchange, moving a full step closer to double digits. He really is in top form today. Unbelievable. He's just perfectly outclassing his opponent right now. He's really maintaining that edge seen in the overall head-to-head record. Finally, a response from Ignis shutting down the momentum with a lightning-fast reaction. What a scramble. He somehow claws back from the brink to secure the 8-1 lead. A desperate scramble there, but he manages to hold it together. Havoc is just too crisp, easily picking Ignis right off that box. He's showing why he's currently sitting in the top 10. Havoc is currently rocking a 7-3 record over the last day, so yeah, it's no surprise that he's managing to control the pace of this match. Despite a few slips, he's just too consistent right now for Ignis to mount a real comeback. We've got a 9-3 lead for Havoc going into the break. And honestly, this is playing out exactly as the odds suggested. He's just too polished on this map right now. Time to see if Ignis can adjust. Havoc is just cruising along with a 10-3 cushion. The higher rated player is quickly reclaiming control. Ignis gets a point, but Havoc still holds a commanding 10-4 lead. He's looking a bit more settled after that grueling overtime against Lancer. Ignis is putting up a fight, stringing together a few quick rounds to put some pressure on the leader. Ignis tried to put together a real sequence there, but Havoc is just too sharp for that to happen. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that exchange to put himself 1 round away from victory. That was an incredibly tight exchange to close out. What a finish. Havoc puts an end to the struggle and secures the victory. He just completely dominated this map, looking like a man possessed as he glides toward another victory today. Ignis has historically owned this rivalry with over 1,000 total wins. It makes this a tough spot for Lancer, who is trying to shake off a rough run of form. It will be interesting to see if that early lead helps shift the momentum. Ignis holds a slim 2-1 edge heading into this. He's coming in with a lot more confidence after those recent matches. He's completely taking over now, securing 3 in a row with a perfect shot. The gap in ratings is starting to show itself. Lancer manages to outduel him from the wine, getting things back to a close game. A huge boost for someone struggling with a tough 2-8 run today. And now we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. Things are looking a lot more balanced than their usual matchups. Ignis just reclaimed the lead, putting him up 4-3. The higher rated side usually looks a bit more composed under pressure. Lancer's form is a real concern right now, having dropped 80% of his matches today. Well, that lack of confidence is clearly carrying over into this specific set. He really needs to put up a fight here to keep this from spiraling. Absolute perfection here. Ignis is just untouchable right now, putting up a massive 4-round run. The higher seed is comfortably in control here. Lancer answers back right before we head into the intermission. A nice way to close out the first half. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the seed advantage is playing out exactly how we thought it would. Lancer just hasn't been able to stop that one big push from the favorite. Time to swap sides. Lancer's got some ground to make up at 5-8. His rank 31 spot has certainly made him a tough out today. Unbelievable. He claws back through the chaos to survive with just a tiny sliver of health. Total nail biter, just a few ticks of health left there. Ignis is cruising now, leading by 5. That was a lightning fast exchange. He just doesn't miss. Ignis keeps the pressure on with another flawless victory. He manages to fight back from the wine for another round. A good way to snap out of a rough 5-loss skid. Lancer is making this a lot more competitive than the history books suggested. The head-to-head split is usually a bit tighter than this. What a fight. He barely escapes that exchange with his life to reach match point. Total scramble, but he kept his cool to secure that win. And there it is. Ignis closes it out with a total shutdown to take the series. He just looked too sharp throughout that set, barely letting his opponent find any footing on the map. Lancer holds the ramp in a wildfire fight, barely surviving to take the early lead. Havoc has an incredible 71% win rate against Lancer in their head-to-head history. It makes a lot of sense why he entered this match as the heavy favorite. Now the real question is whether Lancer can break that mental edge today. Lancer is really putting the pressure on early here, taking control of the ramp to push his lead to 2. That's a surprising turn considering his recent struggle with 6 straight losses. Both players are locked in a dead heat now. A clean result for the 9th ranked player here. Lancer just couldn't find the answer there. Havoc is really starting to build some dangerous momentum. He's really capitalizing on that low 2-9 record Lancer's been sporting today. Lancer had a great read on the positioning there, securing a fast win from the ramp. Lancer is really finding a way to stifle Havoc, catching him right there on the ramp. Another quick strike from that ramp as he puts his lead back to 2. He's completely flipped the script on his recent form. He's just untouchable right now, extending that run to 4 straight. What a statement! He just shut down that run with an absolutely effortless shot. The higher seed is finally starting to show some bite. Lancer is really making his presence felt on that ramp today, quickly extending the gap to 3 rounds. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is the opposite of what the rankings predicted. The lower seeded player is looking strong and has completely stolen the momentum from the favorite. Fresh start, let's see the response. Havoc has looked practically unstoppable lately, coming in with an 8-3 record today. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who has been struggling to find any consistency in his recent matches. He needs to find a way to hold this slide before things spiral. The comeback is on. That was a rapid response to bring the score within a single round. Unbelievable. He's clawed his way all the way back to a deadlock. Total reset for both players as they head into the final stretch. He just can't stop this surge, taking control from the ramp to move into the lead. The confidence is practically radiating off him right now. We're going to take a quick timeout here on Redline, so stay tuned for more action. Welcome back to Red Line, where Havoc holds a narrow one-round lead as we jump right back into the action. Lancer shuts him down from the ramp to keep things even. He's really fighting back after that rough outing on Blame Orange. Lancer edges ahead, pushing the tally to 10-9. That massive rating disparity is practically invisible right now. Lancer holds his ground on the ramp to keep the streak alive. Lancer is playing some incredible Counter-Strike for a player ranked 31st. That was an absolute scrap, but Lancer comes out on top to put himself just one round away from victory. A complete turnaround from what we expected coming into this one. Havoc keeps his hopes alive with a sharp play from the ramp. Slightly more pressure now on Lancer to close this out. Unbelievable, Lancer finishes him off to secure the victory and an incredible upset. He really shook off those ghosts from their previous meetings. To pull that out after such a dominant loss earlier today is just incredible. Hard-fought win. Ignis looks sharp early, securing the lead after a quick kill from the boxes. Havoc has a massive historical advantage in this pairing, winning 58% of their head-to-head meetings. It's easy to see why he's the clear favorite here despite the map stats. We just need to see if he can close the gap quickly. Total deadlock now with Havoc and Ignis tied up. Ignis has definitely found some confidence after that tough defeat on Dunes. Ignis is really putting the pressure on here, taking complete control of the early moment. He's playing a lot better than he did against Havoc on Dunes. Havoc really reads the timing perfectly, catching Ignis right as he tried to use those boxes for cover. Havoc manages to pull ahead by a single round. That rank difference is starting to play a role here. We're totally gridlocked at 4 apiece. He's showing plenty of resilience after that rough loss on Dunes. Unreal. He manages to outlast his opponent by a hair, barely surviving that trade. That was a nail-biter, barely holding on to the lead. Absolutely chaotic. He scrapes through the fight by a mere sliver of health to hold a 2-round lead. Havoc edges ahead, holding a slim 1-round advantage. He has the overall map edge in these stats. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break, and honestly, the rankings predicted a tighter struggle than most expected. Havoc is holding his own, but he hasn't quite broken through yet. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis barely holds the upper hand at 7-6. A total contrast to that blowout loss he suffered on Dunes. Havoc entered this series with an 8-4 record over the last day. It's clear that momentum has completely shifted in the other direction. He's really struggling to put a stop to this current slide. Ignis catches him right on the ramp, extending the streak to 3. He's taking full advantage of the map edge right now. Ignis just completely took over, dropping him right off that ramp for another effortless point. Another clean finish for Ignis. Cleaning up the fight with a high-impact 5th win in a row. A tough fight that ultimately goes to Ignis, putting him on the verge of victory. A huge shift from how he performed against Nova in his last outing. What a fight! He barely walks away with his life to secure the map victory. Complete reversal from their last meeting. He just completely erased that memory of the Dunes blowout today. unbelievable. Ignis barely edges out the first round, clutching a victory with a tiny sliver of health. Ignis is really putting the pressure on early, catching Lancer out while he was holding that ramp. Lancer is having a tough time today, coming off a 3-9 run. He's just not letting up, securing another flawless opening. Slightly favored going into this, but he's making it look easy. He's absolutely untouchable right now, moving into a 4-round lead. The head-to-head numbers heavily favor the side that's currently leading. He secures the kill from the toolbox, extending the lead to 5. His overall record in this rivalry is quite dominant. Lancer finally answers back, picking him off from the window. He's fighting an uphill battle against a much higher seed. Ignis has truly ownership of this rivalry with over 1,000 career wins against Lancer. It makes sense why we're seeing this gap today, since he's been finding his way through this set so efficiently. It'll take a serious shift in momentum for Lancer to claw back from here. He simply cannot be stopped right now, taking full control of the server. A pattern we've seen all day from the higher rated side. He puts another one on the board, cleaning out Lancer from the ramp. This mirrored the result we saw from their last meeting. The momentum is firmly in his favor as he maintains this crushing pace. He seems completely in control of this side of the lobby. A 10-2 lead for Ignis as we hit the break. Well, the gap in skill is showing just like we predicted. Lancer is really struggling to keep up with that pace. Time to see if Lancer can wake up. What a fight! Lancer scrapes through that exchange with practically nothing left in the tank. That's another high-intensity nail-biter in his favor. Ignis quickly regains his footing, picking Lancer off the ramp while staying high on the toolbox. He's starting to put up a fight, showing some real tenacity as he refuses to let the game slip away. He closes in on the finish line, taking control from the toolbox to reach 12 rounds. He's certainly living up to that favorite tag right now. He manages to fight back and secure another point, delaying the inevitable. He is certainly making the higher seed sweat for it now. Lancer is on fire right now, simply erasing his opponent from that ramp. He's definitely found some confidence with those back-to-back takes. Absolute chaos for the finale, but Ignis survives a brutal trade to secure the victory. He's definitely taking the confidence with him into the next one after a smooth run here. Havoc is clearly the dominant force in this rivalry, having won over 70% of their lifelong meetings. It makes sense seeing as Lancer has been struggling with a 3-10 record over the last day. We'll see if that historical weight carries him to a quick victory. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now looking absolutely untouchable with a 3-round lead. He's simply too fast, picking up another round to extend that perfect start. A tough stretch for a player ranked 31st on the ladder. Lancer finally puts a stop to the onslaught and gets his first round on the board. It looks like he's finally shaking off that rough start today. Lancer keeps the pressure on, securing a clean second straight to narrow the gap. The underdog is starting to look much more comfortable now. Lancer is on fire, taking a huge chunk out of that early deficit. His confidence is surging after that rough start earlier today. Havoc puts a stop to that run and regains the lead. He's looking to avoid another loss, like that close encounter on red line. Havoc holds an impressive 8-5 record for the day, and you can tell he is playing with a lot more conviction than he did in his previous matches. That confidence seems to be the missing piece he needed to re-establish his control here. Havoc just extended his lead to 7-4. He's certainly looking more like the favorite now. Havoc goes into the break leading 7-5. Well, he's comfortably holding the lead we expected. Lancer fought back a bit, but the higher seeded player is staying in control here. Let's see if sides change the vibe. Both of them were trading damage, but Lancer held his ground and clawed back another one. Lancer is refusing to let the game slip away from him. What a fight. Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Lancer barely walks away to even the score. He's completely flipped the script, taken another round to seize a narrow lead. Lancer is playing with a completely different energy than he did earlier. Havoc responds immediately, squaring the game up at 8-all. The top 11 seed is refusing to let this slip. Havoc holds his ground on the ramp, putting himself back in the driver's seat. He's starting to play more like his usual self today. Lancer is completely ignoring the pressure, leveling the score with a perfectly clean shot. A deadlock we certainly didn't expect at the start. Havoc barely clings to a 1-point advantage now. Lancer is fighting for his life to stay in this. Havoc is really starting to put a squeeze on here, barely letting Lancer breathe in these last 2 rounds. He really wants a bit of redemption for that previous loss on red line. A swift response from Lancer, who keeps the pressure climbing as he narrows the gap. What a quick flick to seize control of the pace, putting him just 1 step away from victory. Quick reaction from the Lancer keeps his hopes alive, putting the pressure right back on the front runner. Unbelievable. He has completely wiped away that deficit to force a stalemate. We're looking at a total reset heading into the tiebreaker. Lancer completely shuts the door with another effortless kill to take a narrow lead. This is a massive swing considering the seed difference. A brutal exchange of fire here, but he managed to survive and force another deadlock. A desperate scramble that ends in a dead heat. Havoc has really tightened up his game, clawing back the lead in a huge way. He's clearly regaining the composure he lacked against Ignis earlier today. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Lancer clawed through the chaos to bring this tiebreaker right back to a level 14-14. Absolute insanity to see it level like this. Havoc is back in control, securing a vital point to reach match point. Absolute chaos in that final exchange, but Havoc manages to survive the brawl and secure the victory. He just couldn't close it out, but Lancer played some incredibly brave rifle work to keep this one surprising until the very end. What a match. Havoc holds a significant historical lead with a 58% win rate against this opponent. But Ignis is coming into this meeting with a lot of confidence after winning their last 3 matches. It will be interesting to see if that current momentum can offset the long-term gap in their records. Havoc is putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Ignis is really treating this a lot like that last encounter. Havoc is looking sharp early on, firmly in control of this opening stretch. The number 11 ranked player is definitely asserting himself here. Havoc edges ahead, but Ignis is right on his heels. He's certainly eager to repeat that 13-6 result from their last meeting. Havoc is pulling away, now leading 4-2. momentum is shifting back and forth quickly, with both of these players refusing to let the other get a foothold. Ignis claws back to tie it up at 4-all. The momentum is firmly with the underdog right now. What an absolute scrap! He barely walked away from that exchange with his life. It's a bit of a gamble for the number 11 seed right now. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece. Just a lightning fast exchange to get us back to even. Ignis has finally seized the advantage, leading 6-5. A really tough spot for a player with that rating edge. Ignis heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, the underdog is actually making a strong play for a victory here. Havoc is struggling to keep pace despite his higher rank. Time to see who blinks first. Ignis is barely holding onto his one-round cushion. That was a lightning quick reaction to get back into it. Havoc finds his footing to level this at 7. A tight fight considering how dominant he was in their previous meeting. These two are trading blows constantly, but Ignis is starting to find a path to victory here. Ignis is really putting on a show here, using those high angles to tighten his grip on the match. He's showing some serious consistency throughout his run today. Ignis keeps the lead as we hit 9-8. Just a lightning strike of a round to get his momentum back. And just like that, Havoc forces a stalemate at 9. Sprinting right back into a dead heat. Completely effortless exchange as he secures another win to keep the run alive. A gritty exchange here, but he manages to edge out the victory and level things up. He's certainly playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Ignis is on a real roll now, putting the pressure on as he closes in on the finish line. We are headed for a complete toss-up here, as neither player can keep a lead for long. He shuts the door on that late surge, and now he's just one round away from victory. And there it is, a completely untouched closing effort to seal the series. He finally gets some revenge for that previous loss. Ignis fought a hell of a battle today, but just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Ignis holds a significant advantage in their shared history with over 1,000 round wins against Lancer. This particular matchup has always been tough for Lancer to navigate. I wonder if he can find a way to flip the script this time. Lancer is suddenly in control with a 2-1 lead. Looking completely different than that 13-6 loss we just saw on Fast Aim. He's on fire now, claiming another effortless round to bring the tally to 3-1. A real shake-up for the higher-ranked man on the server. Ignis answers back immediately with a sharp reaction to keep the gap narrow. Ignis has clawed back to tie it up at 3 apiece. He's definitely showing the form that earned him a spot in the top 25. Lancer edges ahead again, putting him up 4-3. Lancer is definitely fighting against his recent trend today. Neither man is willing to give an inch today. We've got a dead heat in the middle of the map. What a scrap! He barely escapes with his life from the box to take another round. He's completely taken over the pace, now securing his 3rd straight victory. Lancer keeps the pressure up, grabbing another quick point before they head into the final round of the half. It's 7-5 in favor of Ignis. The top-ranked player is keeping things steady and staying true to the favorites' role. We've seen a lot of back and forth a few times, but Ignis is maintaining a slight edge. Fresh start for both players now. Lancer catches him completely off guard on the box to bring us back to a tie. A really tough day for Lancer to push through so far. We are back to a deadlock at 7-0. A complete reversal of what we saw in their prior encounter today. Lancer is simply on another level right now, putting together a commanding run. Hard to believe he's the one struggling right now. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, securing a 4th straight point to widen the gap. He's just completely in control of the server, marking a 5th consecutive round win. A huge shift in confidence from the man in the top 25. Ignis is refusing to go away, putting an end to that streak with a clean kill. The former favorite is finally clawing back a bit of ground. Lancer is really putting a thumb on the scale here, pushing a huge lead over the favorite. Ignis keeps his cool in that exchange and refuses to let the gap widen. He's clearly trying to reclaim the dominance he usually has over this pair. That was a grueling duel, but Lancer comes out on top to put himself 1 round away from victory. A surprising turn of events considering their head-to-head records. What a finish. Lancer secures the final point to close out the series. He's completely rewritten the script for this pairing today, proving that the history books don't mean a thing once the duel starts. Havoc is overwhelmingly dominant in their long history together, winning about 71% of their meetings. It's interesting that Lancer is the one with the early lead here. We have to see if the favorite can actually recover his composure. Lancer holds a slim edge, pulling ahead 2-1. His recent form has been shaky, making this start surprising. Havoc claims the high ground and levels things up. This is a dead heat. Lancer is definitely fighting uphill given that rating gap. Havoc finally takes control, moving ahead 3-2. The difference in a 1399 rating just feels apparent right now. Lancer claws back to tie things up at 3-all. He's proving that the lower ranking doesn't mean a lack of fight. Havoc is really putting on the pressure now, catching Lancer right as he stepped up the ramp. Havoc is really building some serious steam, having gone 10-5 over the last day. This high-intensity output is mirroring the way he's been taking control of this specific set. It'll be tough for Lancer to find a way to break this momentum. Lancer is really putting his foot on the gas, shutting Havoc down right as he tried to hold the ramp. Lancer has finally shaken off a rough couple of days. Just incredible. Lancer is absolutely dominating these exchanges right now. Lancer takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, nobody expected the underdog to come out this hot. He really capitalized on that 4-round run to put himself in a great spot. Let's see how they handle the swap. Lancer is staring down a comfortable 8-5 advantage. That was an instant trade, absolutely flawless execution. Wow, he scrapes through that exchange with almost nothing left, clutching a narrow victory from the ramp. A huge shake-up in the momentum after that close call. Lancer's just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-6. Lancer's 4-11 run over the last day makes this performance even more impressive. Manages to secure another round, showing a lot of grit to stay in this fight. Clean sidelines. He's starting to time those peaks a lot better. Lancer is really cruising with a 3-round cushion. That was a lightning fast exchange to wrap up the round. Havoc digs deep to keep this series alive, refusing to let the lead slip further away. He's definitely starting to find his footing in this second half. Unreal. He barely survives that slugfest, coming away with just a single health point left. Absolutely heart-stopping way to end that exchange. He just keeps digging in, managing to outlast his opponent in another heavy exchange. The pressure is mounting for the guy who's been trailing in this series. That was an effortless kill, putting him just a single point away from the series victory. It's getting harder for the higher seed to find an answer. What a finish. Lancer closes the door and secures the victory. What? Just a complete reversal of everything we've seen from this rivalry. He really stepped up when it mattered most. Havoc holds a clear advantage with an 872-621 lead over Ignis in their overall history. I mean, it's interesting that he's the strong favorite despite a slower start today. We'll see if that historical dominance starts to show. Havoc manages to clear out the high ground here, making it a tight game. The higher rated man looks ready to put on a clinic. Havoc just picks him right off the ramp. This is a total swing in momentum. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp to keep the streak alive. Coming off that close win on Italy P, his confidence is peaking. He's simply not missing, putting a huge dent in the other side with that 4th straight victory. He's just impossible to touch right now, securing yet another victory from the ramp. He just cannot be stopped, keeping the streak alive after an intense exchange. It's a tough spot for Ignis after that 11-13 loss earlier today. Ignis reacts first, ending that run with a lightning-fast headshot. Emotion mid Havoc has a 10-win run in his last 16 matchups today. You know, it's that high level of consistency that makes this lead feel so secure. Now he just needs to maintain this focus to close the distance to double digits Emotion mid. We're at the break with Havoc leading 8-4. Honestly, this is exactly how the numbers predicted this one to go. He's used that rating advantage to put himself in a really comfortable position for the second half. Ignis needs to wake up now. Havoc is just cruising along with a 9-4 cushion. A nice response from the man, sitting 11th on the ladder. Havoc is firmly in command now, leading 10-4. He's really putting that rating edge to good use. Another flawless read, popping Ignis right off that ramp as the streak hits 3. He is really making the most of that rating gap today. Ignis holds his ground on the ramp to earn another point. It's a decent response for the man currently sitting 23rd on the ladder. He completely shuts him down from the ramp, putting himself just one round away from victory. Ignis manages to secure the win from the boxes, fighting back when it mattered most. He's starting to put up a serious fight now. What a finish! Havoc takes the final fight and closes it out with a huge victory. He really owned the map this time around, just continuing his dominance over Ignis in their head-to-head history. Lancer entered this series with a disappointing 5-11 record over the last day. But coming off a victory against Ignis just moments ago, he seems to have his number today. We have to see if he can maintain that confidence throughout the map. Ignis takes a commanding lead, putting Lancer on the back foot. Lancer is fighting back, and now we're right back to a dead even split. It's a real battle of wills for these two early on. Lancer is just one step ahead, leading 3-2. The underdog is making a strong case for himself today. He's simply on fire right now, taking another one to extend the gap. It's been a rough run for Ignis today. Ignis secures a clean win from the ramp to close the gap. The higher rated player is finally starting to assert some control. Ignis is really making it look easy from that Tetris spot, keeping the momentum shifting in his favor. Lancer holds a thin lead at 5-4. A tough stretch for Ignis, who has struggled in his other recent outings. Ignis has clawed back to make this a deadlock. Tough to say who has the edge with things sitting exactly level. Lancer is really putting the pressure on and refusing to let Ignis find any stability right now. They're all tied up at 6-6. And honestly, Lancer is playing way above his usual rank right now. He's refusing to back down against the favorite as we head into the second half. Time for a total reset. Lancer pulls ahead once more to take a 7-6 lead. That a second time today he's managed to outplay this opponent. Lancer showing some surprising resilience despite an all-time win rate that sits around 46%. He's clearly shifted his approach to negate the historical advantage Ignis usually brings to the table. It will be interesting to see if this momentum can carry him through the final stretch. Unreal, he barely walks away from that absolute carnage, managing to scrap his way back to a tie. Simply outclassed in that exchange, and the tide is officially turning for Ignis. Lancer finds a way back into it, leveling the score once again. Ignis grabs a narrow edge, leading 10-9. He seems to be regaining that historical advantage in this set. And just like that, Lancer forces a 10-10 stalemate. A really tough stretch for the favorite lately. They're just trading blows at this point, with neither player able to stack a real lead. He really needed this one after that brutal string of losses. That was an incredibly sharp sequence, and now Ignis has everything he needs to end this right here. What an incredible finish. Ignis closes out the series with a total shutdown of the final round. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the experience finally showed what a fight. Havoc holds a massive lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 70% of their meetings. But Lancer is coming off a fresh victory against him earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if that psychological edge carries over into this game. Unreal. Both of them were trading heavy damage, but Lancer barely walks away with this one. A fierce exchange there, but he manages to claw back around. The top-seeded player is finally starting to wake up. Lancer is absolutely dominating this, leading 4-1. The lower-rated player is simply outplaying him right now. He completely dismantles the opposition there, refusing to let the deficit discourage him. Lancer is showing surprising resilience today with a 5-12 record over his last few matches. Well, it really shows that he's finding a way to punch above his weight against the higher ranked players. Now it's all about whether he can keep this pressure up before Havoc settles in. That's a perfect strike, and he's firmly back in the driver's seat now. He's starting to claw away back into the... What a statement. He wipes the floor with his opponent to even things up at 5-all. Everything's essentially reset now with a clean slate. Havoc is simply on fire, putting together 4 straight to take a 1-round lead. He's completely flipped the script on this server. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is generally in control here, which matches what we expected. Let's see if Lancer can find a way to close that gap in the second half. New side, new energy. He's refusing to buckle, extending that lead further to a 3-round cushion. Lancer really needs a quick spark to stay competitive. A complete shutdown there, showing he's not going to let the lead get out of hand. The lower seed is fighting back with everything he's got. He is outperforming the opposition completely, barely breaking a sweat to put himself firmly in control. He's completely untouched in this exchange, continuing to push his advantage. His target is definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. He just barely edges this one out in a total firefight to move within 2 of the finish. That's a huge swing in momentum for the favorite. Whoa, he barely survives that absolute chaos to move within 1 of victory. That's just brutal, leaving him completely stranded. Absolute perfection to close it out. Havoc secures the victory with a blistering finish. He really tightened up after that rough start. It looks like he's firmly back in control of this rivalry now. Ignis comes out strong here, catching Havoc wide open on the planks for that first map point. Havoc has really owned this pairing historically, holding a significant lead over the long term. He's looking much sharper today as well with those 12 wins in the last 24 hours. We have to see if Ignis can actually disrupt that pattern. Ignis is dominating, sitting comfortably atop a 3-1 lead. A quick shift from how things went for him on red line. Havoc just shuts him down on that ramp, keeping himself well within striking distance. He's definitely the higher rated man in this duel. Ignis is cruising right now with a 4-2 lead. He's definitely making up for that tough loss earlier today. Havoc is really making a move here, cleaning up Ignis off that ramp to keep things tight. He usually handles the pressure better in these matchups. Havoc is putting on a clinic here, absolutely crushing it from the ramp to pull even. He seems to have the upper hand in their head-to-head history. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing another fast victory to take the overall lead. He's just completely taken over this match, claiming his 4th straight round. A familiar result, mirroring their last clash on the red line. Ignis answers back by catching him on the ramp, narrowing the gap just before the break. He's fighting a tough uphill battle with that rating gap. We go into the break all tied up at 6 apiece. Well, it's a dead heat right now, but Havoc is still playing like the superior seed after that strong run of rounds. New side, new energy. Ignis regains control, pushing his lead to 7-6. The underdog definitely knows how to punish the 11 spot. Ignis is just on a tear, taking Havoc down from the box to push this gap further. The momentum has shifted completely from their previous meeting today. Havoc finds his footing again, using that ramp to snap back into things. He's definitely aiming for another dominant 13-6 result today. Ignis is really making a statement with this 2-round lead. I mean, he's managed to completely flip the script after that crushing 13-6 loss to Havoc earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out before the pressure mounts. Havoc remains stubborn, finding another clear shot from the ramp to trim that lead to 2. He's finally starting to chip away at that lead. Unbelievable. He manages to survive a desperate scramble to pick off Ignis from the ramp. That was an absolute nail-biter for him to pull through. Absolute perfection from Havoc, leveling the score with another untouchable frag. Absolute chaos right now with the board completely He's completely shifted the tide, securing the lead after a relentless push from the wine box. Ignis digs deep in a messy exchange to knock him off the ramp. This is shaping up to be an incredibly close contest. Wow, what a scramble. Both players were nearly gone, but Ignis claws his way out of that mess to reach match point. He is simply refusing to let this game slip away. What a finish. Ignis closes the door with a total shutdown to take the series. He really pushed him to the brink, but that's all the resilience needed to secure the victory today. What a fight. Ignis is a clear favorite with an overall head-to-head win rate of 57%. It's definitely surprising to see Lancer getting the early momentum after their recent losses. We'll have to see if Ignis can actually settle in here. Lancer is pulling ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's definitely feeling more confident after that win over Lancer earlier today. Lancer is putting on a serious show, keeping the pressure high and denying Ignis any room to breathe. Ignis usually dominates this pairing, but the script is flipping. What a scramble! Ignis barely escapes that fight with his life to keep things close. He's really trying to bounce back from a tough 5-13 day so far. Lancer's just running away with this, leading 4-2. Lancer's recent struggle on the ladder makes this performance even more impressive. Lancer's current pace is genuinely surprising given his struggling 30% win rate over the last 10 matches. It's like he's completely flipped the script on his recent form. The real question now is if Ignis can find a way to hold this slide before the gap widens further. Absolutely wild. Ignis clutched that out by the skin of his teeth, surviving with just a single hit point. That's a huge shift in energy for the trailing player. Lancer is really locking things down here, taking a quick fight to knock Ignis right off that elevated spot. Lancer is just refusing to let him get an inch of space, outplaying him again, even with Ignis taking the high ground. He's completely ignoring that ranking gap right now. Lancer takes the first half 7-5. I mean, he's playing way above his rank right now. He's managing to keep his composure while Ignis is struggling to even stay alive in these exchanges. Time to see if Ignis awakens. Manages to trade a shot and secure the round, refusing to let the gap grow. He is finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. Lancer keeps the pressure on and puts another end to those height advantage attempts. What a fight. Both of them were shredded in that exchange, but he manages to come out on top. Lancer keeps rolling, clearing out the box to secure a massive 4-round cushion. Ignis responds by holding his ground on the box to take the round, coming off a solid 11-8 run over the last day. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, making a strong push toward the finish line. Lancer is really proving that his rank doesn't tell the whole story. He is clawing his way back into this, preventing Lancer from closing it out early. The higher rated man is starting to exert some control. He's showing great tenacity here, picking up another round to keep the dream alive. The momentum is shifting for the stronger seed. Lancer survives a frantic exchange to put himself just one round away from victory. Lancer really found his footing in that quick exchange. Ignis is showing some real grit, keeping himself in the fight with a flawless execution. Ignis simply refuses to go away, digging deep to hold the momentum and stay in the game. Absolute chaos in those last two exchanges. Unbelievable. Lancer shuts it down right here to secure the victory. Despite that incredible reflex shot he put up, Ignis just couldn't close the door when it mattered. That was a nail-biter he had to earn every single round today. A lightning fast start for Havoc, catching Lancer right there on the wine. Havoc has been absolutely dominant in their history together, winning 71% of their matches. The gap in the rankings is definitely playing a role here. I want to see if Lancer can actually find some ground to stand on. Lancer's clawed back to make this a dead heat. A huge shift for the guy sitting at rank 29. Havoc is keeping the lead, but we're seeing some really quick exchanges early on. Havoc catches him right there by the wine to put a decent cushion between them. It's a similar story to their last encounter on Blame Orange. Wow, that was a nail-biter. He barely walked away from that one, but he keeps the streak alive. Lancer's side of the bracket is looking rough right now. He's just untouchable right now, extending this run to 4 straight. Lancer is really struggling to pull things around after that tough loss on Orange. That was an effortless snap. He's just completely shifted the energy of this set. Absolute total control now as he secures another flawless victory. The gap in skill levels is really showing through here. Lancer finally secures a point, bringing the tally to 8-3. He's looking to shake off that rough 6-13 loss from their last set. Havoc takes a strong 9-3 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's really justifying that favorite status right now. He has been far too consistent for Lancer to handle in these opening exchanges. Lancer needs to wake up now. Havoc has been an absolute wall today, managing a 12-7 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that his current form is translating perfectly into this series. He's just far too sharp for Lancer to deal with. Havoc is just cruising along with a 10-5 lead. Lancer is really putting on some pressure now. Havoc just shut that door quickly. Lancer had a bit of a spark there, but he can't keep the momentum shifted. He's back in control and just a single round away from closing this a whole lot faster. He's certainly living up to the hype today. Unbelievable finish. He closes out the series in spectacular fashion to take the victory. He really put on a clinic today, just completely outclassing Lancer across the board in this one. Havoc has been the one in control of this rivalry, holding a strong lead in their total head-to-head records. He's definitely looking to maintain that dominance here, especially after coming off a solid win against Lancer. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can flip the script today. Ignis is just too fast right now. He completely shut down Havoc from the Tetris blocks. A high-ranked player fighting for some stability right now. Ignis digs in and clears him of the Tetris, moving to a commanding 3-1 lead. It's just not looking like the usual favorites performance so far. A cautious engagement that finally went his way to get a round back. He should be feeling good after that 13-5 blowout against Lancer earlier. Havoc is staying aggressive, cleaning him right off those Tetris blocks to bring this game right back to a tie. Unbelievable. He scrapes by with almost nothing left after a desperate fight from the box. His current performance mirrors that nail-biter they had on Fast Aim. Havoc just catches him with a nice read from the ramp to bring this set right back to a one-round difference. Ignis is just taking over the map right now, using that height on the Tetris to keep the pressure high. Havoc is really struggling to find his footing here, despite being the higher-rated player on the ladder. He's facing a significant deficit that's starting to look like a trend. Ignis is simply outplaying him in the current exchange. We head into the break with Ignis holding an 8-4 lead. This is a total flip of what we expected from the rankings. The underdog is simply putting on a clinic and playing his way toward a huge upset. Havoc manages to trade a spot back, punishing Ignis and getting another one on the board from the Tetris. He started to look a bit more like the 11-seeded player now. He's refusing to back down, keeping the pressure on with another clean win. He's starting to play more like the seed we expected. Ignis just shuts him down from that elevated spot, keeping his lead comfortably at 3. That match on Fast Aim really set the tone for today. Ignis is just making this look easy, continuing to dominate from that elevated position. He's just unstoppable right now, swatting his opponent right off those Tetris blocks. He simply cannot be stopped right now, and Ignis is officially one win away from victory. He manages to halt the momentum here, keeping his hopes alive. He's definitely feeling the weight of that rating gap now. He holds that height on the Tetris to keep the dream alive. He's finally starting to peel back the lead. He's on fire right now, securing another win to keep this comeback rolling. Absolute chaos now, the momentum has shifted completely. Absolutely ruthless. He's completely taken over the match, leaving Ignis on the ropes with that 4th straight win. He just keeps winning these, extending his streak to 5 while clawing back into this match. A complete 180 from how this started. What a statement. He just blew through the defense to force a tie, and we are headed to overtime. Absolute madness to see this go to extra time. Ignis manages to strike back, bringing him back into the lead with that clean shot of the Tetris. A massive shift in energy for a player lower on the ladder. He just refuses to fold, dragging the score back to a deadlock after dropping the previous engagement. He is completely taking over the game now, securing another effortless victory to claim a 1-round lead. Havoc continues his incredible surge, just effortlessly shutting down Ignis once again. Just as expected from the favorites' composure. Ignis answer back with a perfect response, keeping the tension high in this final stretch. The pressure is absolutely suffocating right now. Unbelievable. Havoc completes the rally with a perfect shot to close out the series. He really had to fight for every inch of that map to come back from that deep of a hole in overtime. Is just legendary. What a fight. Ignis has historically controlled this rivalry, winning about 57% of their lifetime matchups, and this opening round seems to be continuing that trend. Lancer is usually the underdog here, so we have to see if he can reverse his momentum early. He's absolutely on fire right now, putting up a huge 3-round lead. Ignis seems to have a real handle on this meeting. Unbelievable, Lancer manages to claw back around after almost being completely deleted. That was an incredibly tense finish for both of them. Ignis is dominating with a commanding 4-1 lead. Absolute chaos on the screen. He barely manages to edge out the win with a sliver of health left. It's a tough stretch for him after that loss to Havoc. He's completely taking over the server, securing a third straight victory in a total blowout. A quick reaction there to keep the gap from widening further. He certainly knows how to take rounds of the higher seeded player. Lancer has been struggling a bit recently, going 6-14 in the last day. That lack of confidence seems to be showing as he falls further behind here. It's going to take a serious shift in energy to close this gap. What a scramble. He nearly gets taken out, but manages to land the final shot first. A gritty showing from the rank 30 player today. Ignis holds a solid 7-4 lead right now. He is definitely shaking off that loss to Havoc. Ignis takes the lead, 7-5, heading into the break. I mean, things are unfolding exactly as we thought they would. Lancer is fighting hard, but the favorite still has the upper hand here. Let's see if Lancer can pivot. He's keeping the pressure on and refusing to let the deficit discourage him. Just a sheer wall of confidence from the underdog right now. Lancer is narrowing the gap to 6-8 now. Ignis is playing with a lot of poise today. What a scramble! He just barely outlasts him in that absolute bloodbath. He really seems to have the mental edge in this series. The momentum has swung back entirely as he secures another quick win to push the advantage to 10-6. Completely effortless finish there, keeping the current streak alive. He's putting his higher ranking on full display right now. Good grief. He barely clings to life after that desperate brawl to put himself one step from victory. Lancer can't find any answer for this run. Huge clutch for Lancer to stay alive when he was just a single shot from disaster. He really just dug himself out of a deep hole there. He's just completely shut the door on a quick finish, staying perfectly intact this time. A huge swing of momentum for the underdog to pull back into it. What a finish. Ignis secures the final blow to close out the series. Lancer kept the pressure up for a while, but he just couldn't find a way to close the deal on orange. Havoc is sitting on a dominant historical record here, winning over 70% of their encounters. It makes sense given the disparity on our ladder, and honestly, he looks very sharp coming into this one. We'll see if Lancer can find an answer. Lancer is fighting hard, but Havoc holds the lead. His recent form is definitely looking stronger than his opponent's. Lancer is refusing to let his opponent pull away, keeping this a dead heat early on. Havoc just edges ahead, taking a narrow 3-2 lead. Lancer's recent day has been a bit of a struggle. Havoc is really putting the pressure on now, quickly cleaning up Lancer on the ramp. Havoc stretches his lead to 4-3 with that clutch play. A tough set of results for him today, but he's staying in it. Havoc just looks a step faster, cleaning that up from the ramp in a heartbeat. Havoc has been remarkably consistent with the 14-7 record across his matches today. It's that high level of output that's allowing him to push this lead so comfortably. The real question is if Lancer can find any way to break this momentum. Goodness, what a fight. Lancer barely survives a brutal exchange to snatch this one just before the half. That was way too close for comfort. Havoc goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as we anticipated. He's used his overall skill gap to stay in front, but Lancer is still very much in this fight. Time to flip the script. Lancer is showing some real grit, refusing to let his opponent cruise to a victory. Lancer is definitely making the underdog story happen today. Lancer catches him on the ramp to bring things dead even. Absolute chaos as the momentum swings completely. Lancer is simply on fire right now, taking a commanding grip on this set. He has completely flipped the script on this duel. Unreal, he barely escapes with his life to pull this match back to a deadlock. The 11th ranked player is finally stopping the slide. Havoc claws back a single point to lead 9-8. It's been a tough run for the number 30 seed so far today. He's back in control, shutting the door from the ramp to take another round. Lancer is having a brutal run through the bracket today. Absolutely crushing it now. He's just completely taken over this server. What a scrap. Lancer hangs on by a thread to secure another round for himself. He's really clawing his way back into this series. A total shutdown by the favorite to put the pressure right back on Lancer. Unbelievable! Havoc shuts the door on the whole series, closing things out right here. It's just too much of a mountain to climb for Lancer, especially with how he's been struggling throughout the day. fast start for Havoc, who used that ramp for a great vantage point to take the early lead. Havoc dominates the head-to-head record with over 800 total wins. That historical edge usually means he can shut down Ignis whenever things get tight. We'll see if he can regain that control now. Ignis fights back hard to tie it up at 2 apiece. Coming off a decent 12-10 run today. The early momentum is swinging back and forth, but Havoc seems to have the slight upper hand right now. He's coming in with some serious confidence after that 13-9 win over Lancer. Havoc is really putting on the pressure now, using that ramp to keep Ignis guessing. His 11th spot ranking really shows in those previous changes. He just can't be stopped right now, extending the lead to 5-2. The higher seed is definitely asserting himself here. Absolutely effortless, he's just completely shut the door on any chance of a comeback. He's simply too fast right now, continuing the onslaught with another rapid exchange. That's a tough slot to be in when he's this dialed. Unbelievable, he barely closed through that encounter from the ramp with a sliver of health remaining. Talk about a nail-biter for a round win. Havoc just manages to outplay him from the box, firmly putting a grip on the pace of this game. Ignis just can't find any breathing room today. Havoc holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, this is exactly how we thought the match would go. He's played his part as the favorite, capitalizing on that 5-round run to build a strong cushion. Time to swap sides. Havoc has really been on fire today with a 15-7 record in the last 24 hours. It's interesting that he's suddenly looking vulnerable after having that kind of momentum. We need to see if he can close this door for good. Havoc really just owns that ramp, securing another quick win to stretch the gap. The 2020 spot on the ladder is... He picks him off the ramp to keep the winning streak alive. It's basically a repeat of their last encounter on the Blame map. He secures a massive lead and looks completely untouchable, moving to 12-5. The favorite is putting on a clinic here. Ignis manages to knock him off the ramp and puts a momentary halt to the slaughter. That's a huge sigh of relief for the underdog. A flawless sequence from the Tetris, keeping the underdog alive for now. He has to pull off a huge run here to overcome this gap. He's really starting to push back, taking the round with an effortless shot. He's really starting to claw back some distance. What a fight. Ignis survives a chaotic trade and shuts him down to extend the streak to 4. He's really putting a dent in that lead now. Unbelievable. Ignis is just refusing to go away, completing an incredible 5-round tear to keep himself in this fight. What a run. He keeps this momentum rolling from the ramp to bring the score to 12-11. Absolutely incredible. Ignis claws his way back to a dead heat and forces this duel into overtime. Simply unstoppable. He takes control again, claiming his 8th straight round. Truly a turnaround for the books, given the initial projections. Simply breathtaking. He just cannot be stopped, taking a massive 9th straight round. he just keeps winning these battles, extending his run to double digits as we hit the final stretch. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. Havoc digs deep and finds a huge stop from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. His experience in high-pressure overtime scenarios should help him keep things stable. Unreal Ignis finishes it off to secure the map and complete an incredible comeback. He really refused to stay down and just kept his composure in those late scrambles. A huge statement victory to shake up the ranks. What a fight. Ignis has a strong historical advantage, winning 57% of their previous meetings, so it's really about whether he can keep that control after a slow start to this set. He'll want to lean on that confidence early. Lancer is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Surprisingly strong start for him after that tough loss earlier today. That was a quick snap. Lancer is really making things difficult for the higher ranked player right now. A brutal swing in momentum. He's on fire right now, claiming his 3rd straight. He's really flipping the script after that previous loss on Orange. Absolute control from Lancer, who just took his 4th straight round without taking any damage. His recent run of form has been shaky at best. He's just too sharp today, pushing his streak to 5 straight. He is playing far above his usual level today. Ignis finally puts a stop to that run with a lightning-fast reaction. Lancer is showing incredible resilience, especially since he's sitting at rank 31 on the ladder. It's a complete turnaround from the way he played in his previous match against Ignis. The question now is whether he can maintain this pace through the second half. Lancer's dominant 8-3 lead is looking massive. The momentum has completely shifted against the higher rated player. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly the kind of surprise we were hoping for. The underdog is just outclassing the top 20 player right now. Time to swap sides. Wow, a desperate scramble. Ignis barely survives that one, digging in from the box to claw back around. The higher seed is finally starting to show some teeth. He's staying strong in the face of a deficit, ending that duel in a heartbeat. He's simply refusing to back down, securing another quick victory as this comeback gains serious steam. Lancer secures a tight victory from the box to reclaim a lead. He's fighting through a really rough patch today. He walks right through that exchange, keeping the pressure high as this comeback continues. The gap in their ratings is finally starting to matter. Lancer holds a slim 2-round edge at 10-8. Lancer is really turning his day around after those early losses. Lancer is putting on a real clinic in efficiency, keeping the tempo fast and the pressure high. Unbelievable. Ignis barely survives that exchange, clinging on with just a single point of health. Absolutely clutch recovery to keep himself in this contest. What a fight. He barely walks away from that trade, surviving with a sliver of health. He's showing some serious ice in his veins tonight. What a chaotic finale. He manages to survive the fray and closes it out right here. Lancer finally closes the door on this rivalry. He had to dig deep to outlast that pressure, but it's a huge result. He really earned that one. Lancer comes out aggressive and just wipes him off the Tetris to start us off. Havoc has completely owned the head-to-head history, winning over 70% of their career encounters. It's a massive mental hurdle for Lancer to overcome when the stats are this skewed. I wonder if that history will weigh on him as the score tightens up. Havoc is simply on fire right now, picking the other guy off the ramp to take full control. He's absolutely cruising now, picking Lancer off the Tetris to move to a 4-1 lead. He's looking every bit the favorite in this one. He's just unstoppable right now, taking a 5th straight to put an immense amount of pressure on his opponent. A quick response from Lancer, putting a halt to that streak. It's a tough spot for Lancer, especially with his recent 7-16 run today. Lancer shows a lot of grit here, picking his opponent off the Tetris for another win. Lancer is finally starting to play his way into this match. And he's just too fast, dropping Havoc right off the ramp to keep this surge alive. The underdog is putting on a show right now. That was a total slugfest, but Havoc manages to scrape through with a win. He's really looking like the stronger player today. Havoc is currently carrying a lot of momentum with a 15-8 record today. Well, he's clearly in top form compared to Lancer's struggle to find his footing. We just have to see if Lancer can actually force a closer finish here. It's 8-4 for Havoc heading into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected him to be. Lancer put up a fight with that one streak, but he's still trailing by 4. Havoc extends the lead to 9-4 with a huge play. That's quite a gap in skill for us to see on the ladder. Havoc is simply too fast for him, securing another one from the Tetris. The difference in rank is really showing in the movement here. The momentum swings right back to the front runner as he puts a definitive stop to that brief rally. The gap in the ladder is becoming very apparent. Just a total shutdown here, putting him on the verge of victory. The consistency he's shown all set is just a different level. Unbelievable. He closes out the series with a final blast from the Tetris to take it all. Lancer really tried to dig in there, but he just didn't have any answer for those quick reflexes today. Havoc has dominated this head-to-head matchup with over 800 wins in their history together. And honestly, he looks like he's reclaiming that control early on. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can flip the script after winning their last encounter. Complete shutout so far as he makes it 3 straight. He's certainly justifying that higher seed right now. He just can't stop the bleed, getting knocked right off the ramp to give Havoc a huge early lead. He's comfortably outplaying a teammate he's historically dominated. He secures another round from the toolbox, keeping his opponent completely out of the game. He shuts the door on another round from the planks, making it a perfect 6 for the leader. A tough start for him after that recent victory on Red Line. A gritty exchange here, but he secures a huge lead by fighting his way off the ramp. He's certainly making the most of that rating advantage today. Ignis manages to put a stop to the run, finally clawing one back. He'll need more than 1 round to close this distance. Havoc is putting on a clinic right now, capitalizing on any small mistake Ignis makes on that ramp. Havoc is just too quick today, picking him off from the window for another fast round. He's looking much sharper than he did in that last meeting. The momentum is firmly back in his favor as he keeps this streak going right into the break. It is 10-2 in favor of Havoc. I mean, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would today. He has firmly taken hold of this game and looks completely in control. Ignis needs a major spark here. Ignis is starting to put up a fight, winning another quick duel while holding the ramp. A nice way to stabilize things after a shaky start. Havoc was far too reactive there, shutting down that brief rally in a heartbeat. Havoc completely shuts down that potential resurgence and puts himself just 1 round from victory. And there it is, a clean finish to close out the game and seal the victory. He just looked a step ahead the whole time, really putting his superior rating on full display here. Ignis clearly holds the long-term edge with a 57% win rate in their head-to-head history. But Lancer took their most recent meeting and looks to be carrying that momentum into this set. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can regain control. Ignis answers back quickly, punishing Lancer for playing too high on those wine barrels. That's a much more natural result for the higher rated player. Lancer's clawing back and we are deadlocked at 2 apiece. A complete shutout and Ignis takes full control of the series with 3 straight. Lancer puts a stop to that run, evening things up at 3 apiece. A total reset of the momentum here. Lancer surges ahead, now leading the series 4-3. He's really proving he can trade blows with someone in the upper half. Lancer is just on fire right now, extending his run to 3 straight. That's a rough spot to be in for the favorite player. A quick exchange here and Ignis cuts the lead down to a single round. He's definitely showing that upper half experience now. And just like that, Ignis brings us back to a 5-5 tie. That was a brutal slugfest of a round, but Ignis manages to outlast him and grab a 3rd straight. He's really starting to exert that rank advantage. It's a 7-5 lead for Ignis as we head into the break. Honestly, the favorite's playing exactly how we expected. Both players are fighting for every single round, but Ignis just has the steadier hand. Time to swap sides. Lancer narrows the gap to just 1 round. A huge mental test for the higher rated man right now. Wow, a nail-biter. Ignis barely survives that firefight after pulling Lancer off the wine. He's managed to shake off those earlier struggles today. Lancer is right on his heels, trailing by just 1. Lancer has fought back to tie this up at 8. An incredible shift in confidence for the man sitting at the rank 30. He's simply untouchable right now, walking away from that encounter completely unscathed. Lancer really seems to have the psychological edge today. Ignis is quick to respond, bringing the score right back to a dead heat. Both players have been struggling quite a bit today overall. Lancer seizes the lead with a 10-9 advantage. It's a complete reversal of the expected dynamic for this series. Ignis claws back to 10-all, leveling the field. Both players are really struggling to find consistency today. Ignis has really tightened up his game, putting a huge amount of pressure on Lancer now. Lancer is fighting an uphill battle against the odds right now. A brutal exchange, but he manages to edge out the win and puts himself just one round away from victory. What a closing sequence. Ignis storms through the end to shut the door on this match. Lancer really threw everything he had at this one, but the consistency of the favorite finally paid off. Just an incredible display of grit from both of them. What a fight. Lancer really came out swinging and shut down that ramp play immediately. Havoc really dominates the historical head-to-head, winning 71% of their total encounters. That long-term superiority usually translates into a huge mental edge during these tight exchanges. I wonder if Lancer can actually disrupt that trend this time. Lancer's definitely feeling the momentum now, moving to a comfortable lead after that clash on the ramp. It's surprising to see the lower-rated player taking control like this. Lancer is just dominating with a commanding 3-1 lead. Quite a turnaround after that 13-4 shellacking in their last encounter. Havoc is digging deep to keep pace at 2-3. The momentum has completely shifted back to Havoc, and now the score is dead even. The higher rated man is starting to exert his will. That was a total scramble on the ramp, but Lancer manages to secure the win. The gap between them on the ladder isn't factoring in right now. Lancer just had no problem cleaning him up on the ramp, and he's really starting to pull away here. Lancer is fighting through a tough, rough patch in his recent form. He manages to outduel Havoc on the ramp, keeping his streak alive. He's really making a statement despite that poor 7-18 run today. He's just an absolute wall right now. Picking up another one to extend the run. Lancer completely shuts him down from the ramp, continuing this unbelievable run of form. Really putting that rating difference into perspective now. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead heading into the switch. Well, the odds definitely didn't predict this. He looks completely different from the player we've seen lately, and he's firmly in the driver's seat. Let's see if Havoc can respond. Havoc is currently putting up a solid 17-8 performance over the last day, and honestly it seems like he's finally shaking off that early deficit. He's playing with far more confidence now as he claws his way back into this match. Lancer is firmly in control at 10-5. It's becoming a huge climb for the top seed here. Absolutely effortless for Lancer, as he completely dismantles his opponent to take a huge grip on this game. Total shutdown. He's firmly in control now and just needs a single round to close this out. A sharp response from Havoc to keep the game alive. He's not going down without a fight. What a finish. He closes it out from the ramp to secure the victory. It's a huge result for the underdog to finally shake off that historical dominance over his opponent. Havok has a commanding 58% win rate in their head-to-head history. Well, it's a massive psychological edge that should help him shake off that same day loss to Lancer. He'll need that confidence if he wants to get back to where he usually sits in this rivalry. Havok manages to pull it back, using that high ground to his advantage to tie things up. He's definitely leaning on that higher ladder standing right now. Ignis is really putting the pressure on here, just out-muscling Havok in a quick exchange. The higher seed is feeling the heat early on. Both of them were fighting for the high ground there, but Havok just came out on top in that duel. The number 11 seed is starting to find some stability. Ignis is cruising with a commanding 4-2 lead. He's coming off a much rougher 14-12 day than his opponent. Unbelievable, he nearly goes down, but Ignis barely scrapes through that exchange to take a 5-round lead. The lower seed is absolutely taking over the pace of this series. He's simply unstoppable right now, extending that streak to 3 straight. He's definitely proving that he can hold his own against the league's top 11. What a fight. Havok manages to clear him off the box, surviving by the skin of his teeth. That's exactly how things looked in their last meeting today. Ignis is playing with a lot of confidence after that tight victory over Lancer earlier today. It's an impressive spark of form considering how heavily favored Havok entered this series. He'll need to keep this energy high to prevent a comeback. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly the underdog is looking very strong right now. He's currently defying the odds against the number 11 seed in a very tight contest. Let's see if Havok finds his gear. That was a scrap, but he claws another one back as the resilience starts to show. He's definitely making the most of his top 11 status right now. He's practically unstoppable now, wiping the slate clean to bring this series level. Both of these guys are playing an incredibly tight series. Ignis just edges ahead, holding an 8-7 lead. The 23 ranked player is refusing to back down. Ignis just strengthened his grip to 9-7. A really surprising turn given that last 13-3 blowout on fast aim. Absolutely wild. Ignis barely survives that brutal firefight from the box to build his lead. He keeps the pressure on, outlasting the exchange to keep this fight alive. He really needed that one to stay in this. Ignis is playing the spoiler role perfectly, really stretching this out to a 3-round cushion. Hard to believe he's this close to closing it out. A completely effortless shot to close that out. He's refusing to let this lead slip further. He's not letting up, securing another flawless round to keep this rally going. The tide is turning back toward the favorite. What a turnaround. He takes control from the box and forces a dead even score. Absolutely blistering efficiency to force this deadlock. Absolute dominance from the favorite, who now sits on a 4-round surge and just 1 step away from victory. Absolutely sensational. What a charge from Havok to seal the victory and complete this comeback. Just an absolute roller coaster. Ignis gave it everything he had, but he simply couldn't hold that lead long enough. What a match. Ignis leads the all-time head-to-head with a clear advantage. That's why the pressure is on him to recover quickly from this early stumble. He definitely wants to prove that his historical edge over Lancer still holds up. Lancer is absolutely cruising with a dominant 2-0 lead. The higher rated player is really struggling to find an answer here. Just unbelievable. He's completely taken over this early stage of the game. His lower seed isn't slowing him down one bit. Lancer is just untouchable right now, securing a perfect opening set. He's taking full advantage of that recent win against Havoc. Ignis finally responds, securing a quick kill from the ramp. He's definitely playing the role of the favorite now. Showing real grit now, digging in to secure a second straight point. The gap in their ratings is starting to show as the match stabilizes. Lancer has a bit of a struggle on his hands with a mediocre 46% win rate on this map. It's clearly making him work much harder than usual to maintain this lead. He's basically fighting against the map's natural bias to keep the momentum in his favor. He's refusing to go away, putting the pressure back on his opponent. He's finally starting to look like the favorite in this series. Lancer stays firmly in the driver's seat at 6-4. Lancer is really trying to bounce back from that loss earlier today. Ignis is putting up a fierce fight, closing the gap to 1 just before the first half ends. Just an absolute blur of a trade to keep things tight. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, Lancer is really defying the odds here despite the rating gap. He's managed to push the favorite to a complete stalemate heading into the second half. Time to shake things up. Lancer claws back ahead, leading 7-6. His recent struggle at 30% over 10 matches is finally starting to turn around. Unbelievable, he survives a total war of attrition by the skin of his teeth. The pressure is mounting for the higher ranked man to step up. He stays out of reach, outlasting his opponent in a cautious exchange to keep the chase alive. He needed that reset to keep this a real fight. A completely clean exchange that brings the series back to a deadlock. The momentum has completely shifted back to the favorite. Good grief, that was an absolute brawl. He manages to pull through and retake the lead by the skin of his teeth. A measured response from the favorite, who just completely erased that deficit to bring the score level. Everything is wide open for the final stretch. Lancer edges ahead, holding a slim 10-9 lead. He's really playing the spoiler role in this series. Lancer has the win in his sails now, and he's looking extremely sharp in these quick exchanges. He's showing a lot of resilience considering those 8 losses today. A flawless peak from Ignis, proving he's far from finished in this clash. That's a high level showing from the higher seed right now. Lightning fast response from Lancer, putting him just 1 point away from victory. Game over. He closes out the series with a perfect finish to seal the victory. He really fought through a lot of adversity to pull this off today. Ignis just couldn't find a way to close the door. A huge result. Havoc owns a commanding 71% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's quite a historical gap, and the early momentum seems to be staying with the favorite. Let's see if Lancer can find a way to disrupt this pace. Lancer claws back to make it a dead heat. He's really trying to replicate that 13-6 result from their previous meet. Havoc is back in the driver's seat at 2-1. His current form has been an absolute roller coaster today. Havoc is really leaning into the aggression, catching him from the ramp to extend this lead. The difference in ladder ranking is showing through early. Havoc takes the lead again, pushing it to 3-2. Lancer is certainly trying to prove he can compete with the top 11. Lancer's looking a lot more confident now, cutting right through Havoc on the ramp. Havoc really needs to find a way to stabilize after a rough start to the hour. He's just completely taken over this half of the match, securing his third straight round. Unreal. He just knocks Havoc right off that box and keeps his hot streak rolling. Lancer is simply on fire, cleaning him right off the ramp to secure a 5th straight. He's really putting a squeeze on a player ranked in the top 11. Just an absolute steamroll now as he secures another effortless kill from the ramp. He's completely flipped the script from their last encounter. Absolutely ruthless. Lancer keeps the pressure high from the ramp to extend this surge. He's really making a statement despite those historical odds. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shocking start for the top-ranked player here. Havoc is looking completely lost against an opponent who just put up a 7-round streak. Time for a total reset. Havoc is finally getting some momentum back, securing a tight win from the planks. The top-rated player is starting to put his foot down. He's showing real grit, picking his opponent off the ramp to keep this comeback moving. He's finally starting to play like the frontrunner we expected. Lancer is staying sharp, quickly shutting down Havoc's attempt to take control from the wine box. Lancer is playing with a lot of confidence tonight. Lancer is currently holding a 10-6 lead, despite his recent struggles in the league, having only gone 9-18 in his last 24 hours. It's really impressive to see him maintain this level of performance, while Havoc is struggling to find a way back into the game. Lancer is just outclassing him right now, taking total control of the server at match point. Huge hold here as Havoc manages to shut down that attempt from the ramp. He's not going to let this match slide away without a fight. He's keeping the pressure high, securing another quick win to stay alive in this match. Those quick reactions are starting to favor the veteran. He manages to shut Lancer down on the ramp, keeping the dream alive with another win. What a swing, completely flipping the momentum of this match. What a fight. Lancer barely scrapes through with his life to close out the series. Despite that late surge, the underdog has managed to pull off another massive upset today. He just refused to let this go. He had to work for that. Havoc usually has the upper hand in this pairing, leading their head-to-head record by over 200 rounds. He's certainly the better rated player on paper today. I wonder if he can push that historical edge into a lead here. He's just outclassing him right now, moving into a commanding 3-0 lead. It's a tough start for someone sitting at 12 on the ladder. Goodness, that was a total scramble. He barely walks away with this one, extending his lead to 4. Hard to believe the gap in their recent form right now. He just can't find an answer and gets picked off the ramp to make it a 5-round blitz. A fierce exchange here, but he manages to claw back a point. A decent way to bounce back from that 9-13 loss to Lancer. Havoc has been playing well today, coming in with a strong 18-10 record over the last 24 hours. And honestly, those winning ways are starting to show as he makes this a much tighter contest. He just needs to keep this pace to fully erase that early deficit. He's completely taken over this map, securing another win to keep that streak alive. He's putting on a clinic for anyone doubting that favorite status. Ignis finds the mark instantly to shut down that momentum. Ignis holds a solid 3-round cushion at 7-4. He's certainly making the most of his map advantage. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, this is a surprising turn of events for the top-seeded player. Havoc is really struggling to hold his ground despite the skill gap. Time to switch it up. Ignis is still in control with an 8-5 lead. A big test for the number 24 seed to stay composed. Ignis is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. That was a lightning-fast exchange to keep the lead secure. Ignis is just not giving him any room to breathe right now, putting immense pressure on the top seed. Ignis is staring down a huge 10-6 advantage. A clean way to keep himself in this map. Havoc narrows the gap to 7-10 with a gritty win. Just a glimpse of that historical dominance starting to resurface. Ignis handles that perfectly, catching him right as he peeks over the ramp. He's really fighting against the trend of their last 5 meetings. What a nail beater! He somehow survives that brawl with almost nothing left, moving to 12-7 and just 1 round away from victory. Absolute luck for him to escape with such a thin sliver of health. What a finish! He secures a perfect final round to take the victory. He really stepped up when it counted to put a huge dent in that long-term head-to-head lead. Ignis has been remarkably consistent in the long run, taking over 57% of their head-to-head games. That historical dominance is a huge mental hurdle for Lancer, especially after dropping this first opening duel. Lancer's now surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's looking incredibly sharp after that 13-9 win against Havoc. What an absolute war. He clings to the edge of survival to secure a third straight victory. Unexpected lead for the underdog right now. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now claimed 4 straight. It's a surprising look for someone ranked outside the top 20. Lancer survives a brutal exchange to keep the streak alive, though he nearly went down with that one. Ignis finally gets a response, shutting that down quickly. His rating definitely suggests he can keep this pressure coming. A completely untouched round for Ignis, who is refusing to let this game slip away. He's simply refusing to back down, putting together another 3-round run to narrow the gap. The favorite is finally asserting his presence in this battle. Lancer shuts the door on that run, putting a clean stop to the momentum. He's really playing a different game than he did in those first few rounds. Ignis stays aggressive to keep this comeback alive as we head into the break. That keeps things tight as we wrap up the first half. We're locked in at 6 apiece. I mean, Lancer is proving that the ranking gap isn't much of a factor today. He's managing to keep pace with a player who usually controls this specific matchup. Fresh start for both of them. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange and takes a narrow lead into the second half. Pure luck on that last shot, but it gives him the lead. Ignis fights back and we're deadlocked at 7-0. The pressure is certainly mounting for the favorite to find another answer. Perfect sequence there, and he now steps in front with the lead. He's showing exactly why he entered this match as the favorite. Lancer answers right back, and now it's a total stalemate at 8 each. He's definitely finding a way to handle this pressure today. Goodness, what a brawl! He just barely edges out the victory despite taking a huge amount of damage. That's exactly how he looked in their most recent meeting. Another huge exchange that swings in his favor, and the momentum is firmly on his side. A truly dominant performance from the lower ranked man so far. Absolute chaos. He survives by a hair and continues this climb back into the match. Just a glimmer of the form he showed in that 13-7 victory over Sentry. He's showing incredible resolve to pull this back to a dead heat. Lancer is definitely feeling the pinch after those 2 past losses. Complete shutdown. That is 3 straight for Ignis as he continues to claw back into this game. He is simply on fire right now, pushing his lead to 12-10 and reaching match point. That's a completely different gear he's found in the closing stretch. Lancer just puts a stop to that run with an effortless shot. He refuses to let the pressure get to it. What a fight. Ignis closes out the series with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. He really made him sweat for every single round, but that composure at the finish was the difference. What a battle. Lancer barely edges this one out from the ramp, walking away with a tiny sliver of health. Havoc normally wins 71% of the time when these two meet, so he definitely has the long-term edge in this rivalry. Well, seeing as Lancer also took their most recent encounter, it feels like he's really determined to flip the script today. Havoc catches him coming off the ramp, and now we're back to a dead-even deadlock. The top-seeded player is starting to assert himself here. What a turnaround. He's completely seized control of the match now. The gap between these two on the ladder is starting to show. Lancer effortlessly clears him off the ramp to level things up. A tough way to start for the higher rated competitor today. Lancer's got the 4-3 lead as we enter round 7. Lancer is really playing with house money right now. He's just too fast right now. Taking his 3rd straight victory to pull away. It is a tough time for the favorite to be in. Havoc puts an end to that streak by picking him off the ramp. He's coming into this series with an 18-11 run over the last day. Lancer is really defying the odds today, as he is normally the heavy underdog in this specific matchup. It's a stark contrast to his recent struggle, where he struggled through a 10-19 run over the last day. We'll see if he can maintain this mental edge. Unreal. They both poured it on, but he manages to claw through the chaos to take this one. That was a nail-biter, barely clinging to life once again. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is a huge surprise considering the massive rating gap between these two. Havoc will need to shake things up if he wants to avoid another loss to this guy. Time to see if Lancer holds. He's showing a lot of grit, shutting things down quickly to narrow the deficit. We're seeing a very different side of this matchup than the usual stats suggest. Lancer manages to catch Havoc right as he's moving off the ramp, keeping his nose ahead of the favorite. Lancer has really found a way to puzzle him today. Lancer keeps a firm grip with a 9-6 cushion. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence despite his current ladder spot. Havoc answers back, refusing to let the favorite slide any further behind. He is finally starting to look like the superior player in this set. He holds that ground on the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. He's finally starting to close that gap on the board. Lancer quickly shuts that door, catching Havoc right on the ramp to push his lead back to 2. He is really making a statement tonight against the top 12 seed. Lancer is just in full control of the tempo right now, leaving Havoc with a mountain to climb. He's staying in this fight, picking up another easy round to keep the pressure on. Lancer has a real opportunity to close this out quickly. Lancer secures an easy peek from the ramp, putting himself 1 round away from victory. Everything is pointing toward a huge upset today. Lancer seals the deal with a perfect final strike to take the victory. Massive result for the lower seed, especially after he's been struggling so much with his form lately. Havoc owns the head-to-head history with a strong 58% win rate, but we have to consider that he's just come off a loss against Ignis in their previous match. It'll be interesting to see if he can get back into his usual rhythm here. Ignis is putting on the pressure with a 2-1 lead. It's a bit of a grudge match for him after those recent losses. Havoc has the match tied up now, quickly erasing that early deficit. Looking at the ladder, the favorite is finally shaking off the rust. He's simply too fast right now, extending that streak to 3. He's firmly in control of this series now. He's absolutely on fire, securing another victory to push the lead to 4-2. A completely different energy compared to their last encounter. Both players landed heavy shots, but Ignis managed to claw out a victory here. Still seems tricky for the number 12 seed to put this away. Havoc is currently showing a solid 18-11 record over the last day. That level of consistency is exactly why he usually enters these matches as the frontrunner. Now we just have to see if he can push this lead into double digits. He's completely taken over now, walking away from this duel without taking a single point of damage. Ignis bounces back with a fast shot to keep the score tight. Havoc takes the early lead 8-4, and honestly this is exactly what we wanted to see from the top seed. He's showing why he's ranked so much higher than his opponent today. Ignis need huge shift here. What an absolute scrap. He barely scrapes through that exchange with almost nothing left. He's definitely making up for that loss on Mapas from earlier. Havoc keeps rolling, stretching it out to 9-5. the underdog definitely looks comfortable in this specific layout. Ignis gets a point back, bringing it to 9-6. The response time is looking scary right now. He's simply refusing to go away, securing a third straight point to keep this fight alive. The momentum shift is undeniable right now. He shuts that run down immediately, picking up the win from the wine. Havoc is really putting the clamps on this one, putting some serious distance between himself and Ignis. That was an incredibly quick exchange. Ignis is really picking up some speed here. Flawless exchange to put him just one step away from the victory. This is the exact performance we expected from the higher seed. Ignis answers back instantly, securing a clean kill to delay the end. Still, that was a remarkably sharp return to the server. Unreal. He pushes through the chaos to close out the series. He's officially back in the winner's circle after a rough start to the day. Ignis definitely made him sweat for it, but that's just how the favorite plays. Ignis holds a substantial lead in their head-to-head history. It's no surprise he's the one starting strong after winning their most recent meeting. Lancer will need to find some answers quickly if he wants to flip the script. Lancer was way too quick on the draw there, catching Ignis right as he stepped off the ramp. He's really stepping up as the lower-seeded player in this one. Lancer is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. The ranking difference hasn't mattered at all so far. Ignis reacts instantly to that peek, shutting Lancer down right there at the window. The overall odds for this pair usually favor the A-side player. Unreal! He barely survives that scramble from the toolbox, clinging on with just 13 health. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece. This is a total stalemate. It's a huge grind for the rank 28 seed to keep pace. Lancer takes a commanding grip on the series, 4-3. The momentum has completely shifted. He's now sitting on a 3-game run. The rating gap hasn't stopped the lower-seeded player from dominating tonight. Lancer just clears him off the window, extending his run to 4 straight. The higher-rated player is really struggling to regain his footing. Lancer just blasted him right off that ramp to keep this run going. The higher-seeded player is completely staggered right now. What a fight. Ignis manages to outlast him in a desperate scramble and closes this half out. That's another tight one that almost went the other way. Lancer takes a 7-5 edge into the break. Well, he's completely ignored that 57% head-to-head deficit. For now, he looks sharp, and the favorite is really feeling the pressure. Fresh start for both players here. That's a tidy piece of work from Ignis, who stays completely unscathed to keep this rally going. He's finally starting to play like the expected favorite here. And now we are all square. He's showing incredible resolve to wipe out that early deficit. Everything is back on the table now. Lancer barely keeps his nose ahead at 8-7. Looking a bit shaky after an 11-19 run over the last day. Lancer's overall win rate is sitting at 46%. Look, while that might seem low, he's proving that his current form is much higher than his long-term average. It's a really dangerous trend for Ignis to be dealing with right now. Lancer is pulling away with a comfortable 10-8 lead. His opponent is showing some real vulnerability here. Lancer is just putting on a clinic right now, utilizing that ramp to keep his advantage. Just a massive contrast to his usual struggle on this particular map. He is refusing to buckle, keeping his composure to pull another one back. Goodness, he manages to claw back through that fire and secure the lead. Lancer is now just 1 round away from closing this match. The tension is peaking as this match reaches the final stretch. What a finish. Lancer just wipes him off the ramp to close out the series. Huge result for the underdog here, proving he can hang with the top 20 players when he's on his game. Havoc holds a commanding head-to-head record, winning 71% of the previous encounters. But we have to remember that Lancer is coming off a victory against him just a few minutes ago. It will be interesting to see if that confidence carries through the early game. Lancer is surging ahead with a tight 2-1 lead. A huge effort from the lower rated player to hold this early lead. What a scramble. Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to scrape through. He is really capitalizing on this momentum right now. Unreal. He barely survives that brutal exchange, managing to claw back into the game. The favorite is starting to exert some control here. We are all squared up now. Havoc fights back. He's looking sharp after that strong 13-9 finish against Ignis. Lancer takes the lead, barely holding a one-round advantage. He's really proving he can hang with the top 12 players. The speed of these exchanges is just breathtaking. They're both playing at a frantic pace right now. Goodness, what a fight. Lancer manages to knock Havoc off the box and barely hangs on with a sliver of health. He really just threaded a needle with that final spray. Lancer is really leaning into his recent momentum, especially coming off the 12-19 day where he's had to fight hard for every win. Seeing him put a significant dent in Havoc's confidence, like this is a real shift. It will be tough for Havoc to claw back if he can't find a way to disrupt this flow. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's putting on a serious show right now. The underdog is completely defying the odds by putting the higher rated player on his heels. Time to see if Havoc wakes up. Lancer's distancing himself, moving into a commanding 8-5 lead. Lancer is really putting on a clinic against a top 12 opponent. Lancer is absolutely dominating, stretching this to 9-5. A very tough spot for the higher rated man to be in. Havoc is starting to find a way back into this, fighting for a tighter margin now. He's refusing to go away, closing the gap with another perfect sequence. The momentum shift is starting to feel real for him. Lancer really knows how to hold that high ground and protect his lead. A clean finish to shut down that small rally. He's showing a lot of heart, staying aggressive to trim this lead back down to 2. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite to keep this pace. Another flawlessly played round for the favorite, who just keeps chewing through that lead. He's proving why he holds the higher spot on the ladder. He is on fire now. That's a 3rd consecutive round to bring the score that even. Absolutely frantic. He manages to outlast the scramble, moving into a narrow lead. Lancer enters right back to bring this series to a deadlock. Just a massive test of will for the lower ranked player. An effortless shot to secure the lead, and now he is just one step away from victory. The pressure is purely on Havoc now to avoid the upset. He just blasted Lancer off the box to force another tie, completely erasing that early deficit. Lancer is putting himself in a fantastic position to close this out right now. Lancer looks absolutely locked in with that quick snapshot. Lancer is putting on a serious show, putting the pressure right back on the favorite. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, taking full control of the server. That's a complete shutdown of the rally. Absolute brilliance from Lancer to close the door and secure the victory. He's really shaking up the standings tonight, taking 2 straight from the favorite. Just an incredible run of form for him. What a match. Havoc holds a strong 58% win rate over Ignis in their head-to-head history. It's a massive confidence boost for the favorite to have that lifelong edge. He just needs to shake off this slow start to regain control. Ignis is dominating early with a clean 2-0 lead. It's a surprising look for the higher rated player right now. Ignis keeps the pressure on by picking him off the ramp. Ignis is making full use of that home map advantage. Havoc shows some real grit here, shutting things down with an effortless headshot. He's clearly not letting this slip away easily. Ignis is just cruising along with a 4-1 lead. A complete reversal from their meeting on Italy. He's really digging in now, refusing to let the deficit get any worse. He needs a big push here to close the gap. He's refusing to buckle, staying sharp to keep this climb alive. Just a few more rounds to bring this level. Incredible, he's completely erased that deficit, leveling the series at 4-all. His raw skill is starting to translate into results. What a scrap! He barely survives that encounter to take a 1-round lead. Absolutely terrifying way to climb back into the driver's seat. Ignis answers back immediately to bring us back to a dead heat. This is a huge spot for the man ranked 23rd. Ignis narrowly pulls ahead to claim the 6-5 lead. He's really capitalizing on his slight edge on this map. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the ranking suggested this would be a blowout for the other guy. We're looking at a legitimate upset alert right now. Time to switch side. Ignis is putting on a display here with a huge 4-round burst to secure this lead. It's a stark contrast to how he performed in their last head-to-head. We really need to see if Havoc can find a way to break this momentum before it's too late. Absolute purity from Havoc, strolling through this encounter without taking a single hit. A clean sweep of those last two encounters. Ignis holds a slim 2-round cushion at 9-7. Ignis is definitely proving his worth on this side of the bracket. A tough exchange there, but he manages to outlast his opponent to close the gap. A high-pressure environment for the second-ranked player right now. Ignis really jumped on him there while he was still climbing the ramp. That's a tougher run of form for the top 12 seed. Ignis is playing with a tremendous amount of speed right now, cutting through Havoc's defense almost instantly. It's been a tough day overall for the number 12 seed. A fierce firefight, but he manages to outlast Havoc and puts himself 1 round away from victory. The ladder rankings were definitely heavily skewed toward the other guy. Absolute perfection to close it out. Ignis walks away with the series victory. He really flipped the script today, completely shaking off that historical disadvantage to pull off the upset. just a scrap to start the match. Lancer barely walks away from that exchange. Ignis looks comfortable playing from the ramp to even things up early. Both looked plenty sharp in their other matches today. Ignis holds a massive overall edge with over 1,000 total wins against Lancer. It's interesting because they've barely played any distance today and the score is currently mirroring that historical dominance. Lancer is going to need to find a way to disrupt this flow before it spirals. Ignis is firmly in control with a 3-2 lead. The favorite is really making a case for himself early on. Lancer is playing with a lot of energy right now, quickly taking that map and clearing the ramp. Lancer just tried to challenge the high ground, but he couldn't quite make it work this time. That's the higher rated player showing his class. Lancer fights back and we are deadlocked at 4 apiece. This is definitely a shift from that 13-9 defeat Ignis suffered earlier. Unreal. He clings to life by a thread after that brutal exchange to take the lead. Ignis is proving why he entered this series with the edge. We're back to a dead heat at 5-0. He's looked dangerous in his last 3 series today. Slick movement from Ignis, using that Tetris position to secure a crucial lead going into the final stretch of the half. He's managing to keep the pressure on for now. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what we expected to see. Lancer is fighting hard, but the higher seeded player is just a bit more consistent right now. Time to swap sides. Lancer has a strong recent run with a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. Well, he's clearly playing at a high level lately, but he's failing to translate that heat into this specific series. He really needs to find a way to break this momentum. Ignis is pulling away, now leading by 3. A lightning fast reset right there. Lancer is really starting to fall behind as Ignis puts a tight grip on this game. It's a total reversal from that 13-9 loss he took recently. Lancer manages to secure a hold from the ramp, slowing down the momentum just a bit. The pace of these last few exchanges has been absolutely blistering. Ignis is just too fast for him right now. Lancer manages to clear him off the ramp and keeps this fight alive. Lancer really wants to prove he's a match for him today. A complete shutout there, and he's now just a single round away from victory. Lancer manages to find his mark and knocks him right off that ramp. A much needed breath of air for the underdog here. He's refusing to go quietly, continuing this impressive surge to narrow the gap. And there it is. Ignis closes the door with a huge finish to secure the series. Lancer really pushed him to the limit there, but the experience just showed he really earned that victory. What a fight! Havoc has an overwhelming historical lead over Lancer with a 71% win rate in their head-to-head matches. But we have to remember that Lancer is coming off a fresh victory against him. It will be interesting to see if that psychological edge holds up through the first few rounds. Lancer is really cooking, pushing a commanding 2-1 lead. He's certainly the higher rated player in this pairing. Lancer is really putting on a show right now, making a strong play for the lead early on. Havoc gets the upper hand from the Tetris, keeping this set incredibly tight. The higher seeded player is starting to assert himself here. Lancer is running away with this 4-2 lead. Lancer is really continuing the form from their last encounter. Havoc closes the gap, now trailing 3-4. The gap in the rankings isn't telling the whole story today. Lancer is really capitalizing on a hot run, having won 60% of his last 10 matches. Well, that confidence is clearly translating into this series. If Havoc can't shut him down soon, the momentum shift could be permanent. Lancer is just too sharp right now, effortlessly picking Havoc off that Tetris spot. It's just surprising to see a rating gap this wide being completely ignored. Lancer keeps a narrow lead at 6-5. The 13th seed is starting to find some answers here. We are all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected this to go. Both players are trading blows and playing their roles perfectly so far. Fresh sides, let's see who blinks. Havoc just snatched the lead, putting him ahead 7-6. He's certainly showing why he's ranked higher on the ladder. Havoc stretches his lead to an 8-6 advantage. His aim is looking terrifyingly sharp right now. Lancer is refusing to let Havoc pull away with a big run, keeping this series right on the line. The underdog has definitely found his footing in this set. Havoc is pulling away now, sitting on a 9-7 cushion. Lancer has had a tough run of it today, sitting at 13-20. Havoc's now firmly in control with a 10-7 lead. Lancer is really struggling to put a stop to the bleeding here. That was a gritty slog for the win, and he's now just 2 rounds away from victory. Absolute dominance in the total round count over the long haul. He is simply untouchable right now, moving into the driver's seat for the finish. He's just completely shifted the energy of this set. Unbelievable. He barely escapes that exchange with a sliver of health to stay in the game. Total chaos in that exchange, he barely survived. Lancer stays composed and takes this one cleanly to keep the dream alive. It's becoming a real battle of nerves for the favorite. What a finish. Havoc shuts the door on this series with a gorgeous closing shot. Lancer fought a great battle, but the veteran experience just showed in those closing moments. Havoc holds a strong 58% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see that contrast since Ignis actually took their most recent meeting. It will be a battle of long-term dominance against recent momentum. He is simply too fast right now, taking total control of the map. Absolutely crushing it now, extending that lead to 4-0. The rating gap isn't telling the whole story here. Ignis gets a clean response here to cut into that lead. Ignis is proving he can hang with a top 15 opponent. Havoc is just relentless, sitting comfortably on 5 rounds. He's really making use of that home field comfort right now. Havoc has a 2014 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying a lot of confidence into this set. He's outperforming his usual win rate in a big way right now. If he can keep up this pace, the match will be decided very quickly. Havoc is simply dominating with a massive 7-2 lead. Ignis is just getting outpaced here. He needs to find a way to slow these rounds down. The favorite is looking completely locked in today. The pressure is simply too much for Ignis as he gets dropped instantly. Havoc takes a 9-3 lead into the break. He's living up to the hype as the favorite with a very clean half. Ignis is struggling to find an answer for those aggressive pushes. Time for Ignis to dig in. Havoc is just cruising now at 10-3. He's definitely looking like the stronger player in this pairing. It's almost a complete blowout now. Ignis is just getting outclassed in every single engagement. Ignis is fighting back, though he's still got a mountain to climb from here. An impressive run for the number 23 ranked player. He secures the pick from the wine, putting himself on match point. Just another step toward a very expected result for the higher ranked side. A quick burst from Ignis secures this point and prevents a complete sweep. It's a tough spot for him to be in right now. What a finish! That final shot closes it all out for Havoc. Just a total mismatch of skill there. That half-second reaction time was just light years ahead of anything we saw from Ignis. Ignis has a huge advantage in their history together, winning over 57% of their previous matches. While that head-to-head superiority seems to be carrying over into this series, it will be interesting to see if Lancer can find an answer here. The momentum has completely shifted, and now he's taken full control of the match. The top half of the ladder is really asserting itself here. He's just completely overwhelming his opponent right now, picking up a 4th straight victory. He's definitely carrying that confidence over from their last encounter. What a fight. Lancer barely manages to walk away from that exchange with his life. He really needs to find another gear after that tough series of games. Lancer is showing some serious grit, digging in to secure his 2nd straight round. He's starting to claw his way back into this one. Ignis has struggled with consistency today, bringing a slight negative record into this game. It means he can't afford to let Lancer build any more momentum. He'll want to settle this quickly. Unbelievable. Ignis survives by a hair after a chaotic scramble to take a huge lead. A great use of the ramp there, keeping the pressure on and taking control of the exchange. A tough break for him, coming off those 2 straight losses. He's putting up a real fight, taking another round to keep the pressure on Ignis. He's definitely proving why the odds were so close going in. Ignis is still firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. Lancer definitely struggled to keep pace in their most recent meeting. Ignis heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. I mean, things are playing out exactly how we expected from the start. Lancer has a long climb ahead if he wants to steal this series. Time for a fresh start. Lancers trailing by 3 as we kick off round 13. That's a strong showing given his recent struggles with Havoc. He's not going away, continuing a fierce rally to narrow this gap. Surgical precision on that kill to keep the streak alive. What an exchange. Ignis manages to survive that brutal trade by a hair to reclaim control. He's certainly playing with a lot of composure right now. Ignis is staying strong, leading 10-6. His overall experience on this particular map is clearly starting to pay off. Lancer's hanging in there, but Ignis holds a 10-7 lead. He's really fighting to overturn that earlier loss to his opponent today. Lancer is simply refusing to buckle, securing another rapid victory to close the distance. He's really shaking off that earlier defeat to regain his confidence. What a scramble. He barely survives that absolute brawl, clinging to a thin lead. He's certainly playing like the higher seeded player right now. Ignis shuts that comeback attempt down quickly and is now just a single round away from victory. Crucial stand by Lancer, putting a temporary stop to that momentum. That was a clean victory to keep the hope alive. Absolutely crushing final round. Ignis closes it out with an effortless shot to take the victory. Lancer gave it everything he had, but he just couldn't stop the bleeding when those high pressure moments hit. Havoc enters this with a commanding 71% head-to-head win rate over his opponent. It's an overwhelming historical lead, but Lancer is fighting through a tough slide today and needs this early momentum to shake things up. Lancer holds a slim 2-1 lead heading into this. The ranked 28th player is showing a lot of confidence early. A complete deadlock right now. It's just a toss-up as to who will pull ahead first. He's comfortably in the top quartile of the league. What a fight! Havoc barely survives that one to move ahead in the count. We're back to a dead heat at 3-0. Both of these guys are coming off some tough battles with Ignis today. Havoc just edges ahead to claim a 4-3 lead. Lancer really needs to find an answer as his form has dipped lately. Havoc is putting up some impressive numbers today with a 21-14 record over the last 24 hours, and honestly that high level confidence is translating perfectly into these duels. He's putting a lot of pressure on Lancer right now. Havoc is pulling away now with a 6-4 cushion. Lancer has really struggled to secure a series win lately. The speed of these last few exchanges is incredible, and Havoc is just totally owning the tempo right now. Havoc takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's played out exactly as predicted so far. He's simply the more consistent player on this map, and that experience is showing in the scoreline. Time to see if Lancer can rally. Havoc is cruising now, stretching that lead to 8-5. The higher seed is really taking control here. Havoc is just dominating with a 9-5 lead now. A brutal run of form for Lancer, coming off 3 straight series losses. Another effortless round for him, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. Lancer has really struggled to secure a series win lately. He just blew through the defense, knocking Lancer right off that box to make it 4 in a row. The rating gap is really showing through in this set. What a scramble. He clings on for dear life and finishes a brutal exchange to put himself just a single round away from the win. His composure is just on a different level tonight. Absolute perfection to close it out. He secures the final round and finishes the series with total authority. He's just completely in control today, moving once again to a commanding lead in their overall rivalry.